Can you talk more about Palantir's role in Ukraine and also on kind of a related note, the PayPal mafia, what that is and who's in it and its significance?
Well, my website, Unlimited Hangout, published a great piece by Stavrola Pabst, who now writes for the Quincy Institute, and she basically outlined how a bunch of businesses tied to Peter Thiel, including Palantir, but also Anduril and also Clearview AI, had entered into very extensive and far-reaching military contracts with Ukraine's military, and how Ukraine's military has become very dependent on those services. And of course, after doing all of that in Ukraine, a lot of those same companies have since offered their services to Israel in its war on Gaza, Palantir specifically. And it's believed that Palantir's war fighting AI has been used in some of these AI generated kill lists and acts of mass murder in Gaza that have been reported by 972 magazine and some of these other outlets over the past year plus. And that's significant for a variety of reasons. Why does Palantir matter? And I can get to that in a second after answering your other question, the PayPal mafia, because Palantir is a product of the PayPal mafia. So generally, the PayPal mafia, as I understand it, refers to some of these early executives at PayPal and the companies the web of companies they have developed since leaving PayPal, because in the early 2000s, PayPal was sold to Pierre Omidyar's eBay. And a lot of the original co-founders of PayPal, the most famous of which would be Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, but there's others like Ken Howry and Max Levchin and Reid Hoffman and David Sachs, who's now the crypto czar, figures like that come out of this network and were part of early pre-eBay acquisition PayPal, and then went on to create a lot of these other companies. And I would argue, probably the most central figure in all of that is Peter Thiel, because a lot of these other figures sort of radiate around him. And Elon Musk was also sort of more of a latecomer to the PayPal mafia, because his company X merged with Confinity to create PayPal, but Confinity is really the nexus that led to PayPal more than Elon Musk's X.com. So what's notable, though, in that context is that PayPal, from its earliest days in Confinity, when they were setting up, they consulted, according to, I believe Max Levchin is the source for this, but with every three-letter agency that would talk to them about how to build their business. So a very early interest from the earliest days of PayPal in being direct collaborators with the national security state. And also, this is something that happens in the
Thought
late
I saw
90s
an ant
also with
for a minute,
eBay
but I
to a
didn't.
significant
Oh,
extent,
really?
I can't
which
believe how
is
much the
noted in
bug
Yasha Levine's
situation
book
changed
Surveillance
after those
Valley,
people
which
moved
is
out and the
could not
Terminator,
recommend more.
He's great. I'm a
Exterminator
fan of
Yeah.
mine.
mixed.
He's great. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
And
like
unfortunately, a
I
lot of
haven't
people
seen a
act like the
bug
research from
since they've
Surveillance
done that,
Valley
dude.
is suddenly now
Oh,
theirs,
a
and
roach or
don't
two,
cite him.
maybe.
It's
maybe,
unfortunate,
but
but
that
yeah,
Be
was
his
not
book
careful,
is
the
the
great.
mic's on. But
So
no, that's like
basically,
normal for an
after
old ass
PayPal,
house out in the
Palantir, where does that
countryside.
come out of? Well, it was
Like we're in the
originally
country
PayPal's
too,
anti-fraud algorithm.
so
And
I
then
really
around the
haven't
time
seen a bug
this
since they.
post 9/11
And dude, that we
surveillance
had, yeah.
operation called
no, I
Total
think they
Information
were
Awareness, which was housed
I
at
think
But then
that's
on
DARPA,
top of that,
was
that's
running
cool that
into
they got
problems with
him. Whatever they
Congress and was
did,
about to be defunded.
that dude killed
Alex
that
Karp and
shit.
Peter
Like
Thiel
I was afraid, like, no, they're never
come
gonna
to
get
the
rid of
people
these.
that were
Like
running
after you have
Total
that many
Information
bugs,
Awareness
there's no
and
fucking.
basically
I
offered
wonder if
to
they were
offer them
breeding a bit
Palantir as a
for
vehicle to
It was
privatize
it
something.
was a
Total
trashy down
Information
there.
It was
Awareness.
something. But
And the
fuck,
person
dude.
that
I
connected
know.
them
It's the
Just the
connected,
difference between.
the
they
TIA,
kind
the
of
Total
made
Information
it
Awareness
like
team,
they
with
Well, I
the
was
early
thinking, yeah, they'd
Palantir
all run up
people. Thiel and
here, and then
Karp
yeah.
was
we'd
Richard
be.
Pearl, who
And
is
because that's
a
when I called Mr. Byrne,
notorious
and he was like, "No,
neoconservative
just
figure,
give it a
architect
couple
of the
more
Iraq
weeks." And kind
War,
of maybe he
wrote the
knew. I
Clean
don't know.
Break
Yeah, you did. It did.
document
It.
for
They did. They
No,
Netanyahu when
come
he
up
first
they
here,
became prime
didn't, and
minister of
I
Israel, telling
was,
him
cause I
that
was like,
there needed to be
okay,
regime change in
but
Iraq
and
and
maybe some of the
Syria,
shit they have
among
nowadays
other
is pretty good
things.
stuff
Very
as far
controversial
as fate
figure.
and some
yeah,
shit
And
I
so
don't
basically,
know, but
Total
like,
Information
no,
Awareness,
Hey,
even though it was
bro.
defunded
But
by
no, I'm pretty.
Congress,
yeah,
Just
continued
get used to.
under the name Palantir for all intents and purposes, and with intimate involvement from the CIA. And so Palantir,
good morning,
their
Citro.
first client for the first 3 years of their existence as a company
Expect
was the CIA.
because I'm from Grove
What
Their
do you
Street.
earliest
want?
funder, aside from Peter Thiel himself, the CIA's NQTEL.
No, you can't
Developers from
have that
Palantir went to
memorial.
CIA headquarters in
Not the
Langley,
first thing in the
Virginia, every
morning.
2
No, you
weeks for
can't
several
get the
years,
house
having the
started out like
CIA
that.
guide their product.
Ball them up
And it was basically, you know, and the CIA had previously, even though total information awareness was housed at
then
DARPA,
get like
the CIA had
like a
been
granola bar.
intimately involved in that project. And basically the goal of total information awareness was to
Get a
surveil
granola bar
absolutely
and get a few
everything about
spots.
every American and collate that and analyze it with
No,
algorithmically,
like
or
the
now with
spicy.
AI, right? For the purpose of basically
I like the
categorizing
chocolate shit.
Americans, supposedly with the idea of
S'mores
stopping
taste that.
terrorist attacks before they happen, but really it's about stopping crime before it happens, or what now
Okay,
is
Mom.
known as
I
predictive
just said
policing,
we had like
which
we have
Palantir has
4,
been a
then a whole
long-time
pack
leader
includes
of,
like
this whole
the whole
pre-crime
bag pack. So
paradigm, and they became controversial, of course, for piloting the predictive policing pre-crime programs in low-income minority neighborhoods in New Orleans, Los Angeles, etc. And a lot of these algorithms,
But it has a
including,
fridge?
you know,
No,
Palantir's,
are
are notoriously inaccurate. So the one that LAPD started using
It's
after
probably still gonna
Palantir,
taste good.
called PredPol, you know, was found through an investigation to be less than 0.5% accurate in determining who would commit crimes or not. So it's the ultimate, you know, algorithm to prison pipeline for people. Like, you just live in the wrong neighborhood and you have the wrong ethnicity, or the wrong, you went to the wrong school or whatever, you know, the algorithm can flag you as you'll likely commit a crime, and you can be sort of
takes like
sent off to jail
10
preemptively,
minutes.
which is very disturbing stuff. And ultimately, you know, Palantir, as the reincarnation of total information awareness, is not just meant to be used abroad. Its intention has always been domestic, but it's mostly been it's been used, you know, abroad extensively, allegedly leading Navy SEALs to Osama bin Laden and all of these other storied exploits via its extensive military contracts abroad. But it's important to stress again that it's intended not for the war on terror, but also the war on domestic terror, the infrastructure of which has been developed by every president since George W. Bush, and very extensively by the Trump administration, which arguably the first Trump administration, more than any other administration, has been, it was the most supportive of pre-crime in that period of time. And actually, after, I think it was the El Paso Walmart shooting and some of the other spate of mass shootings at that time, called on social media to profile users to identify potential shooters before they can shoot, and argued for, well, actually considered creating this entire agency modeled after DARPA called the Health ARPA, or HARPA, which was actually made by Biden. It's called ARPA-H. But basically the program that Trump wanted to implement through HARPA would have used AI to go through innocent American social media accounts and then flag Americans for early warning signs of what they called neuropsychiatric violence. And then based on what the algorithm says, would either, you know, send people to a court-ordered physician or even house arrest for some people. So this is very problematic, because obviously the algorithm that would probably be doing that is Palantir, which now contracts for all 18 intelligence agencies and now most of the corporate world and Wall Street. It's really become arguably a digital brain for for both, you know, the national security state and multinational corporations in the United States, and obviously beyond the US as well. And it runs most of our health data through its numerous contracts with HHS. And that's also true in the UK. It has the contracts for the NHS health data. So the fact that they could, you know, have the intention to exploit mental health for the purposes of pre-crime, it's very problematic. They have access to so many people's healthcare data and, you know, social media, anything that's public about you, your finances. They suck all of that up like a Hoover, and, you know, make it searchable for the national security community. And they also are known to label people as subversive based on, you know, what is sucked up about you. So it is definitely not a friendly program. It is not America First or pro-liberty or any of this messaging that they've tried to stamp on it. It's really the incarnation of the worst impulses of the neoconservatives from the Reagan Bush era.
I'm gonna fly to my girlfriend's house
and
watching
sort of being framed as, you know, great and efficient and all of this stuff. And unfortunately, our current vice president, J.D. Vance, his entire political career owes itself to the man that created Palantir, Peter Thiel. And, a lot of prominent figures with ties to Palantir, like Joe Lonsdale, a Palantir co-founder, have sort of been wheeled out and given a lot of media attention for his proximity to Musk and Vance and Doge and all of this stuff. And a lot of these figures are having very dubious activities with the national security state, which you think, the Trump's base, which is so concerned about quote-unquote deep state influence, would be concerned about Palantir's presence here, since nothing typifies the so-called deep state more than them as a company. It's also, but going back to the PayPal mafia, it's not just Palantir. There's a lot of other companies that have sort of come out of that nexus that are very important to the national security community. Obviously, Elon Musk's SpaceX is a big one, which basically runs Space Force. De facto runs it. It's their main private contractor for everything. And obviously, the Starlink subsidiary is a big part of that as well, with major military applications. And they're also, admittedly building the satellite constellations for the intelligence community. They won't say which agencies, but presumably the CIA, because why else would you not want that publicly reported? But, a lot of extensive national security ties here. And, that should be really concerning for people that are worried about mass surveillance, because, it's not just, oh, I'm not doing anything wrong. So who cares if they're looking at me, when you add the element of this predictive policing, pre-crime, all of that kind of stuff that all of this is intimately tied to, and then Trump's previous willingness to entertain those ideas, it doesn't really matter if you're not doing anything wrong. What ultimately matters is if the algorithm thinks you might do something wrong in the future, and how do you defend yourself against that? So this is why, I've been a pretty big critic of a lot of these figures in governance, because I don't think they're really interested in liberty. I think they're more interested in government by algorithm, and ultimately the algorithms that are most important to the government right now are run by these people.
Yeah, it's like a rebranding, right? Or it's a different kind of corruption and control.
Well, it's a centralization of power, too. So if you look at the Department of Government Efficiency and, some of these broader efforts from the Trump administration to greatly reduce the workforce, that's being framed as being cost effective and more efficient. But, there's a lot of focus on what's being removed by Doge, but not a lot of interest in what's replacing it, right? So if you fire tens of thousands of employees from the government, what are you replacing them with? Well, it's very clear the intention is to replace them with artificial intelligence. And maybe that's more cost efficient, but it arguably leads to a greater centralization of power, right? Because who controls the AI that's replacing all of those people, and then has the influence within the government of those tens and thousands of people? Well, it's probably either Sam Altman's OpenAI company, maybe it'll be Elon Musk's XAI company, or a handful of their competitors, which is honestly, it's quite a small playing field of the ones that are influential enough to garner those kinds of significant contracts. And it's worth pointing out that, a lot of people that have been hired at Doge are connected either to Musk's own companies like SpaceX or to Palantir. So I think it's safe to say that a lot of those contracts will probably end up going to some of those companies, since no one has had to really divest from any of their interests in that sense.
This fool is tripping.
No. What? No.
20th Century Studios presents Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere.
Baby, we were born.
Discover the movie that's being called the best film of the year. Springsteen, rated PG-13. Parental guidance suggested for children under 13. Now playing.
This video is sponsored by ZBiotics. Enjoy a few drinks and still feel great the next day. Use my link in the description to get free shipping and 15% off your first order. One night in long bygone times, man awoke and saw himself. He saw that he was naked under cosmos, homeless in his own body. All things dissolved before his testing thought. Wonder above wonder, horror above horror, unfolded in his mind. Peter Vesselzapfa. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a species known as the Irish elk, often referred to as the giant deer, emerged. Up until just a few thousand years ago, This creature roamed Eurasia as one of the largest deer species to have ever lived, standing at around 7 feet tall, 10 feet long, and with massive antlers spanning up to 12 feet across. Millions of years of evolution led to the immense size and proportions of this giant deer and its antlers. Their antlers were weapons forged by and wielded against nature, used for mating, display, and survival in a highly competitive and gruesome world. After a certain point, however, as these antlers continued to grow, their use and function were eclipsed by the problems they imposed onto the species. The antlers waved their heads down and made swift mobility in most environments essentially impossible. They could no longer easily navigate the forest to quickly evade predators and human hunters, and access to nutrition could not readily sustain the overgrowth of their antlers, often leading to nutritional deficiencies in the rest of the body. What was supposed to be a feature for survival and thriving turned into an obstruction of these very goals, a maladaptation of evolution. In the end, these overgrown horns ultimately contributed to the giant deer going extinct in the year 5700 BCE. Alongside the Irish elk's existence and extinction was humankind's emergence and evolution. By the time the giant deer had reached its fate, humanity and civilization had long since formed, playing a role in the deer's demise through hunting. With the most advanced form of consciousness the planet had yet seen, humanity not only roamed, but assumed the planet. Millions of years of evolution led to the unique form of consciousness found inside the heads of humankind. This consciousness is a weapon forged by and wielded against nature, a means of survival and thriving in a highly gruesome and competitive world. Though this consciousness has allowed for achievements like highly organized hunting, agriculture, morality, civilization, and industry, 20th century Norwegian philosopher Peter Wessel Zappa argued that our consciousness also exhibits the same maladaptive evolutionary qualities as the antlers of the giant deer. Our consciousness, Zappa argued, has extended past its practical functions, leaving us with an excess weight and size of awareness that we don't know what to do with, and that has turned existence into a problem for us. The superfluous outgrowth of nature, destined to extinguish its harborer. Zappa writes, "Life had overshot its target, blowing itself apart. A species had been armed too heavily, by spirit made almighty without, but equally a menace to its own well-being. Its weapon was like a sword without hilt or plate, a two-edged blade cleaving everything. But he who is to wield it must grasp the blade and turn the one edge toward himself." Zappa was born in 1899 in Tromsø, Norway. Much of his life was split between 3 areas that seem, at least on the face of them, quite different: mountaineering, law, and existential philosophy, which he expressed in both academic and artistic forms. Despite writing about the deepest crevasses of despair and anxiety, Zappa spent a substantial amount of his life ascending the literal heights of mountains, becoming a notable early member of the Norwegian rock climbing community and the first to ascend several peaks across the Scandinavian mountains. In 1923, after obtaining his degree from the University of Oslo, he also became a lawyer, though his focus quickly moved away from law. Underscoring his life, and what Zappa is most widely known for, was his perceptiveness and work in literature and philosophy. With profoundly intense and melancholic prose, his philosophical work can bring even the most innocent, unthinking individual down from the peaks of optimism and into the valleys of uncertainty, at least if they're not prepared for the journey. What connected much of Zappa's work, sensibilities, and life in general appeared to be an intense awareness of death. More specifically, he exhibited a kind of death anxiety that contributed to a highly lucid awareness of human awareness itself, our sensitivity towards suffering, decay, and futility, and the interplay these things have with the human desire for meaning and solace. In 1933, at age 34, Zappa published his first philosophical work, an essay titled The Last Messiah, a short but devastating piece that, with the precision of the tip of a nail, shatters the tempered glass of comfortable and socially acceptable ideals. 8 years later, in 1941, he expanded on the concepts of the essay in his book, On the Tragic. In these works, Zappa measures the weight and size of human consciousness as it teeters back and forth inside the human skull. Like the antlers of the giant deer, he argues that consciousness weighs us down with its immense awareness, revealing to us the conditions of being in all its horrors. We see in plain sight that we are subjected to and limited by the corporeality of the body, controlled by the laws of a chaotic and unknowable reality, and abandoned by the universe and our need for meaning and redemption. For Zappa, like the antlers of the giant deer, this seems like it would make long-term survival for humanity very unlikely. In his words, he has lost his right of residence in the universe, has eaten from the tree of knowledge, and been expelled from paradise. He is mighty in the near world, but curses his might as purchased with his harmony of soul, his innocence, his inner peace, and life's embrace. And yet, of course, humanity has endured for hundreds of thousands of years, thrived. This left Zappa wondering, why? Why has humanity endured its apparently futile, terrifying, and absurd condition with such fervor? And perhaps more accurately, how? In the face of no clear definitive whys, how does humanity continue on and deal with such lucid awareness of the inherent tragedy of its existence? For the giant deer, Zappa points out that if it could have cut or trimmed its horns every time they grew too large, it could have relieved itself of the antler's burden and increased the likelihood of survival, individually and collectively. Of course, however, they couldn't do this. They were deer. Humans, however, can do something like this. In a sense, we can shave down and saw off our antlers. We can dilute and soften our consciousness, using it for less than it is capable of, and leaving much of what it affords us untouched and unexamined. And this is what Zappa believes we do, how we endure and survive. He writes, cultural history, as well as observation of ourselves and others, allow the following answer. Most people learn to save themselves by artificially limiting the content of consciousness. Specifically, Zappa argues that there are 4 primary methods by which we do this: isolation, anchoring, distraction, and sublimation. Isolation essentially boils down to deliberate or unconscious ignorance, that is, ignoring or repressing thoughts about the reality of our condition. Despite horrific and unfathomable qualities arguably being so fundamental to our nature and experience of existence, both our minds and our conversations almost never bring them up. This is clear in the conventions of most social interactions. It is bad decorum to bring up death, suffering, the absurdity of reason, and the futility of everything in most conversations. And so, by not talking about these existential matters, and better yet, not thinking about them, we essentially operate in the same way we would toward a young child, but toward ourselves. That is, we self-shelter. We change the TV station to cartoons. We answer hard questions with simple answers, and we deny the horrific and complex truth of
I'm
things,
just the irony of
believing
that.
everything will be okay.
But yeah.
Anchoring is similar, but on a more organized social scale. It is the Santa Clauses, Easter bunnies, and tooth fairies we participate in and carry with us into adulthood.
Oh,
It is the traditions and systems we anchor to in order to feel purpose and guidance around our decisions and aims in life. According to Zappa, the most common anchors include God, the church, the state, morality, fate, the law of life, the people, the future. Distraction refers to the explicit actions individuals carry out on a regular basis, often based on anchors, to occupy one's mind away from thinking about the reality of their condition. We set up industries and markets so we can carry out tasks and goals. We play and watch sports and entertainment. We form and sustain the responsibilities of tradition and culture, and so on. We putter around and do menial things that don't require the true force and violence of our consciousness. It is like play fighting inconsequential battles with swords made of nerf instead of steel. We avoid the harm while feeling a sense of active participation. Lastly, sublimation refers to a sort of creative process in which one takes the dread and anxiety of existence and transfigures it into something aesthetic and expressive, functionally alchemizing the suffering of human consciousness into whatever human consciousness can produce that is more pleasant, or, at the very least, novel. This is, according to Zappa, the least common method, but the most powerful and self-embracing one. The problem with all these defense mechanisms,
when I was a kid, I don't think you could really wear them.
is that
You
they are
would bring your
temporary and
mask to
self-destructive.
school and put it on
They
once in a
require
while
constant
and then
upkeep
take it
and
off.
constant
But
denial
you didn't
of
walk,
what makes
you
a
weren't
human.
allowed to be in class with a
They do not
rubber
resolve
mask
or
on.
meaningfully face the root cause,
I think
the
even
nature
those
of
cheap
human
ones, we
consciousness.
put it on top of your
Instead,
head. Like,
they reject it.
mhm.
In the same way that if the
You
giant
can
deer
walk
constantly
around
trimmed
with
its
the mask.
horns, it would merely be self-mutilating itself, having to always be something other than what it is. Zappa sees the defense mechanisms of humankind as the same sort of self-denial and mutilation. We gain survival and continuance as a species, but we lose ourselves as humans in full form. To be truly whole in our consciousness, according to Zappa, would mean to see and know the reality of our condition in all its horrors and incongruities. This, however, would equate to a sort of inevitable annihilation of the species, as we would determine it no longer sensible to reproduce.
So, but I am glad.
Here, we find a dilemma at the foundation of human existence. We possess both the desire to continue as a species, as well as the desire for ultimate solace and purpose. Solace and purpose, however, can never be obtained through continuance,
because half the
because
time
they
you don't
cannot
get to
really be
wear it at
obtained at
night.
all. Continuance
So that's what
requires
was cool
sustained
about when
blind
they were in
striving toward these things that we
daycare
can
or
never achieve,
homeschool group, 'cause
but
they had
realizing we
different
can never
Halloween.
achieve them,
They wore their
at least at
costume more
scale,
than once.
would result in a
But
contradiction
yeah,
to our
halfway at
desire to
night it's
continue.
covered with a
And so,
coat. When you're in
these two
Michigan, dude,
binaries
you can't
clash
even
and
see your
explode beside us,
costume, dude.
their fragments
All the
emerging at
kids
the
have
top
it,
of our
you can see
heads
their
like
heads.
pointed
That's
horns
it.
of absurdity.
They have
In
stocking
his
caps
essay,
on,
The Last
dude. It's
Messiah,
fucking
Zopke
cold.
refers to a figure,
That's
the
fucking
first and last
cold,
only
dude.
real Messiah of humanity.
I
He
remember
invokes
that
this
year
figure
that
as an
the one
embodiment of
street
his
over
philosophy,
did a really big
an individual
Christmas.
who will show
And it
humanity
was
that its
really
existence
fun.
has no
Yeah, it
redemption
was
or higher
cold,
meaning,
dude. We were
only the
all
burdens of its
fucking.
awareness. And through this, humankind would once and for all see through the illusions and self-deceptions
We were in our
and
winter
realize its
clothes,
despair in
dude.
full
It was
force,
cold. I
flopping its head
remember.
forward under the
Yeah.
weight of their horns,
So
and
just
overcoming
saying,
the
like, you
fundamental
know,
nature
that
to
day is
propagate
really the. Maybe
an
that's
end
why
to
high
humanity.
school or college kids like going to the bar.
However, here, Zappa seems to
You
suggest,
can really wear
albeit
your
with ironic
costume.
framing, that
It's not
humanity's
until you have a
options are either
dance
self-deception
or
or
a-
self-extinction.
You know what I mean?
But perhaps there is another
That you
option,
can really
if not
dress
many.
up and take your fucking
Perhaps rather
coat
than the
off, you
cessation
know,
of the
and really.
species, we can work to resolve our dilemma through the cessation of our dependency on resolutions, the need for solace and purpose. Perhaps through a slow and patient kind of exposure therapy of our consciousness to our consciousness, we can form an indifference about it, a welcoming embrace of our condition in full form. The cessation of the human species, which Zappa alludes to, suggests an overcoming of the biological imperative of reproduction. If we could overcome that, could we not also, instead, overcome our very need for purpose and redemption, and still survive and thrive? Perhaps we can find our way, not through direction, but through the embrace of aimlessness, through clearing the brush of desire, of purpose, of hubris, of certainty. Every path in the forest is made through clearing, not amassing. Though it seems Zappa, on a philosophical level, would likely believe this not to be a probable solution for humankind, perhaps his life suggests otherwise. In Zappa's life, he climbed mountains yet
But
unclimbed,
lots of
and
girls
forged
in the
ideas yet
sorority
unthought.
are having
He wrote
parties.
literary works discussing concepts that themselves
hopefully
served
she
as a
gets
sort of
invited to a
transcendent
party.
sublimation, an overcoming of the very conditions he wrote about, while not denying any truth of them. And this is perhaps the perfect embodiment of both the absurdity and the ability of humankind. As a species, we have and surely will continue to do the same, to reach new peaks and new ideas, to face up to reality, and to slowly but surely transcend and transfigure. But we will only do this so long as we continue, individually and collectively.
Yet.
If we continue forward,
Not a
we
high
can
school
survive.
kid anymore.
And if we can
It's
survive,
weird
we can
in-between
evolve.
years.
And if we can evolve, we can improve and better endure. We can better bear the weight atop our necks as our necks grow stronger, our sightlines rise, and the landscape of the world opens up.
Hopefully, what she should be doing is
If you enjoy
other
exploring
people in
ideas
her
like
class,
these,
whatever
facing up to the
group she
realities of
rushed
existence,
with,
and grappling
they
with
should be
consciousness,
doing something.
I'm excited to share
That's
that my
how
upcoming
it's-
book does just that. It's
You
called
guys are
The
supposed to
Terrible
start doing
Paradox
your
of
own
Self-Awareness, and it's coming out March 2026.
Yeah, hopefully
It is
they-
perhaps my darkest and most candid book
You
yet,
might
while
suggest
also
that to
deeply
her.
hopeful and redemptive.
Just why don't you see
You can
if any of
pre-order
the
your
other
copy now
girls
by using the
don't
link in the
have much to
description.
do?
And
Like,
sometimes
if
the
you find
best,
other
or at least the
girls
most
and
fun way to
why
wrestle with
don't
the
you guys
existential
in your
topics we
class,
read and
the
learn about
girls you
is
rushed
discussing
with,
them with friends,
you guys can even go
perhaps
out to
debating
eat.
them over a couple drinks at the bar. A few drinks can make for a very fervent discussion about things like free will, consciousness, and truth. But the next day can sometimes suffer. This video's sponsor, Z-Biotics, is made for these very occasions, enjoying a night out with a few drinks while preserving the next morning. Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic created by PhD scientists that breaks down the toxic byproduct of alcohol and, in doing so, allows your body to better handle the adverse effects of drinking and sets you up for a great next day. Whether I need to focus on work, exercise, or simply being present and feeling my best, the Z-Biotics means I can still responsibly enjoy a couple drinks the night before without any sacrifice. And with their 100% money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied, it is a no-brainer to try. Just be sure to make it your first drink of the night, and always drink responsibly. Use my link in the description to get free shipping and 15% off your first order. And of course, as always, thank you so much for watching in general, and see you
I was listening to
next video.
Gertzman, and he was talking about his early 20s or whatever.
talking about moving in with some college girls or something. And he said it was pretty cool. It just turned out, he's like, they knew waitresses. No, fat guy talk. It was funny. It was like, he said him and his buddies every Thursday would go to like a all-you-can-eat pizza special. And he was like, it was by a college. So like they sold beer was the deal. Like, you know, they did a special on pizza. He's like, but me and my buddies would come in and we'd be like, no, we don't want beer. Give us some Sprite. Give us some, 7-Up or something. And then we would and then give me 2 of those large. So yeah, some fat guys would go in, Jeff and his buddies, on Thursday and fucking chow down on people. But they're young and poor too. So it was a funny story. I was like, fuck, yeah. But he's from the Bay Area, dude. It's a city. Like it makes people different when you're raised around millions of other people.
Yep.
And so, but then he was talking about they got to be friends with the waitresses there, and they had to be friendly with them. And then they said there was like 3 of them that worked there together, and they all lived together, and they had a 4th roommate that they bitched about and didn't like or something. And they're like, only if we can get rid of her or something. And then Jeff said something offhandedly like, oh, well, I'm looking for a place.
Yeah.
And then it turned into him moving in. Like he was a smart ass. And then he said it turned into like a whole weird fight club thing. He ended up staying in the house. The girls end up moving out one by one as they finished school.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, they finished school. They graduate.
They all got along.
And they all got along. So Jeff lived there with them.
Yeah.
And he even would hang out with them sometimes. Video geek guy.
That's probably funny.
And probably funny and safe. He's probably safe, and they felt that girls, they know when they're safe.
But then you got a male in the house.
And that's a guy. And Jeff's still a big guy. He might be fat, but he's a big guy. And so, so he's talking about. Then the girls go on. They move out one by one, and Jeff starts moving his friends in. And then he tells the story about how like they wanted to sell the neighborhood so they could build a Lowe's. But there was like some EPA holdup because of some lizard or something. So, but they couldn't tear down the house, but they tore down like all the trees and shit around it. And then so the houses started becoming abandoned more and more. Like Paper Street. Straight up. So they were fucking vandalizing the houses around them. And it was a big old Bay Area house, but it was in this derelict neighborhood. Anyways, funny as shit. I was laughing. I was laughing at the whole. What was the story? Oh, about roommates though.
Yeah.
And so just the whole story of
stuff works out.
But no, it was a funny story.
Like,
oh yeah,
stars
then
on
the girls,
sea,
they were good
when the
girls.
blue
They,
wave rolls gently
graduate
deep
college and then went on with their lives,
The destruction of
And then
Sennacherib.
one by one,
by Lord
I ended up in the house. Me and my fucking
Today,
dirtbag ass
let's
friends
talk about the
living
world's
in a
first
derelict.
empire.
And they said no
At its
trees. They
peak,
tore down all the
Assyria's rule
trees.
stretched from the
It was like
Nile
they
to the
couldn't tear down the
Caspian Sea
houses, but they
and
tore
from the
down every
Mediterranean
tree,
to the
every
Persian
bush,
Gulf.
every.
It was a
Then he said
trailblazer
every
in many
bug.
ways, creating the
Of
first
course, because there's no
professional army,
woods anymore,
postal
came into the
service, road
house.
system,
There was a
and
funny
military
story.
engineering innovations.
But yeah,
The
just
administrative
roommates and
systems
shit
and
like
governing
that.
methods
I was
developed by the
laughing.
Assyrians
But
influenced
yeah, what
nearly
was that
every
point
major empire that
anyway?
followed,
It
from
was
the
tied back
Achaemenids
to some
to the
Afro-
Ottomans.
Oh yeah, college places
The
maybe and
Assyrians
peace. Yeah,
were a Semitic people
but I was
whose
like, oh yeah,
ancestors
Jeff let
originally
some fat
lived
guy
on the
talk out
Arabian
there.
Peninsula.
Like
Back
Yeah.
then,
they just go
it wasn't
bomb
the
some
vast
poor
desert
college
we know
pizza
today,
place.
but a savanna.
Yeah, you
However,
do until you
in the
see
second
meet
half
4 or
of the
5
third
people,
millennium
dude.
BC, the
Mhm.
climate
Those
began
guys,
to
I didn't
change,
know either,
and
but
Arabia
there's people
gradually
out there
turned
who
into an
eat,
arid
bro.
landscape.
Yeah.
Like
This
that's
led
their
to
thing.
vast
They come in,
migrations
they're
of
coming
Semitic
in to
tribes
eat.
to the north.
Mhm.
I
Some
saw a poor
settled in
girl
the
at
Sinai
Chico's when I was
Peninsula,
waiting for Bubs
Palestine, and
Yeah.
the
in front
Levant,
of
while
Starbucks
others
or
moved into Mesopotamia.
not Chico's. What's
This latter group,
Chipotle?
known
Yeah.
as the
There's a
Akkadians,
Chipotle right
mixed
next
with
to
the
it. That one
Sumerians,
by the
adopting
highway,
much of
by
their
the on
knowledge
ramp.
and culture.
It's like a Whataburger,
The first
and then
settlements
Starbucks
of
is
the
in there
future
with that
Assyrians
Chipotle
emerged
next
Yeah.
to it.
along
What
the
is that?
middle course of the
41st and
Tigris River,
44,
including
Yeah.
Nineveh,
wherever the
Erbil,
on
and
ramp
Ashur.
is. So,
For a long
anyways,
time, these cities were
there was a
vassals
girl
of the
there
more
sitting by
advanced
herself,
states
and
of
I could
southern
tell
Mesopotamia. They were part of
she
Sargon
was
the Great's
eating, dude.
kingdom,
And that was her
Hammurabi's
thing.
empire,
Like she was all
and
by
many other
herself,
dominant
and a heavier
Mesopotamian
set
states.
girl.
The
But
lands
she
of
was
the Proto-Assyrians lay directly
I was
along
like,
the
yeah,
trade
you look
route
like me
connecting
smoking,
lower
dude. It's the
Mesopotamia
same.
to Anatolia.
That's all the big,
As a
like,
result,
it's the same
Ashur and
shit.
other
The
cities
food
naturally
is your
developed as trading settlements.
drug, is your thing,
However,
is
Ashur
your
quickly grew
nicotine or your
beyond
caffeine.
being just a stopover between
So,
Babylon and Anatolia,
but I did. She was
transforming
sitting
into
there
a
fucking
major
eating. I
commercial
was like,
hub.
damn, dude.
Merchants from Ashur established several
So,
trading
but it's just the
colonies
same
and
thing. It's
outposts
to
in
some
Anatolia,
people, it's
the
their
largest of
vice.
which was
Yeah.
Karum Kanesh.
Food is their vice.
Assyrian traders transported lapis lazuli, Elamite tin, and
Lapis
Babylonian
lazuli.
copper
Damn,
westward,
dude.
while bringing timber for construction, woolen textiles, silver, and gold eastward. The
But
wealth
yeah,
generated from this trade fueled
should at
Ashur's
least
growth,
just see if the other
and by the
girls, if they're
19th
not doing
century
anything.
BC, the city had gained
And there are
independence
18
from
plus
Babylonia.
over places there.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that Ashur was more than just the name of a city. It was also the name of the supreme god worshipped by
Let
its
me see.
inhabitants. Ashur was a warlike deity associated with battle, military
See,
glory,
going to date
and
my
justice.
girlfriend, bro.
In ancient Mesopotamia, it was common for each city to have its own patron god.
Leaving
For
on a
example,
jet
the
plane.
Babylonians worshipped Marduk, the people of Ur revered Enlil, and in Uruk, the chief deity was Anu. However, for the Proto-Assyrians, Ashur was not only their divine protector, but also the spirit of the very rock on which their city was built. The name of the god and the name of the city were written the same way, symbolizing an inseparable connection. The city wasn't simply named after the god. Ashur was the embodiment of the god.
Oh, it's my landing gear.
Little is known about Ashur's
Causing
political
drag.
structure during this period, but one thing is clear. It was not yet a kingdom. Instead, its citizens considered their true king to be the god Ashur himself. The city's ruler acted only as his representative on earth. This governor's position was hereditary, but not absolute. His authority was restricted by
slow
two
down.
key institutions,
Slow
a
down.
council of the city's elders and a special official known as the
Uh,
Limu. The Limu was elected for a one-year term and served as both the
Okay,
head of
slow
the
down,
city
slow
council
down.
and the
Oh,
chief
slow down. I'm
financial
not gonna make
officer.
it. Oh,
Any
nope,
major
nope, nope.
decision
I'm not
made
gonna
by
make
the
it.
governor required the approval of the council, and funding had to be secured through the Limu.
Woo!
This period of limited royal
Ugh,
power came to an end
dang it.
between the 18th and 17th centuries BC. Around this
At
time,
least I didn't have to use
peace
my
and
shoot.
stability in Anatolia began to collapse, leading to internal wars.
All right, me and
Trade
you got to
declined,
work together.
and Assyrian colonies such as Karam Kanesh were destroyed. As a result, Ashur lost its status as a major trade center and once again fell under Babylonian control. In the 16th century BC, the region of Ashur once again became a battleground. For several decades, Babylonians and Hittites clashed in fierce conflicts, culminating in the capture and looting of Babylon in 1531 BC. Soon after, Kassite tribes migrated from the Iranian plateau into Mesopotamia and seized control of Babylonia. However, the fall of Babylon did not bring independence to the Assyrians. Around the same time, Hurrian tribes from the Armenian highlands migrated into what is now Syria, establishing several states, the most powerful of which was Mitanni.
Okay, let's go.
For nearly 2 centuries, Ashur remained a vassal of Mitanni. Though the city was nominally independent, its fortifications were demolished at Mitanni's command, leaving it defenseless.
This place is fantastic.
Additionally, representatives from Mitanni sat on Ashur's city council, ensuring that no major decisions were made without their approval. Little is known about this period, but it is clear that the Assyrians adopted significant military and technological innovations from Mitanni, including the light war chariot, the composite bow, and lamellar armor. In the 15th and 14th centuries BC, Ashur regained its independence. The ruler Ashur-bel-nisheshu took advantage of internal strife within Mitanni to rebuild the city's walls. At the time, this act was nearly equivalent to a declaration of war, but Mitanni, preoccupied with internal conflicts, did not respond. Later, Ashur-uballit expelled Mitanni envoys from the city, declared himself king, and sought support from Mitanni's enemies, the Egyptians. This resurgence of the Assyrian state was met with hostility in Babylon. In a letter to Pharaoh Akhenaten, the Babylonian king Burnaburiash II referred to the Assyrians as his vassals and demanded that the pharaoh refuse to recognize their sovereignty or engage with them diplomatically. an appeal that ultimately went unanswered. With the attainment of independence,
great. You better
Assyria's
keep
state
calm, though.
ideology underwent a transformation. No longer did the Assyrians see themselves merely as a city-state. They now viewed their realm as a territorial state. It was no longer just the city of Ashur. It was Assyria, or Mad Ashur, meaning the land of Ashur. King Adad-nirari I began to call himself King of the World, rather than simply the King of Assyria.
You want to come up for some coffee?
Assyrian royal titles increasingly reflected military achievements, with the key title Murapesh Mitzri, meaning the one who expands the borders, becoming central. The Assyrians believed that the god Ashur was the source of the highest cosmic order, and that their state, the land of Ashur, was the embodiment of divine law, surrounded by chaos. From their perspective, expanding Assyrian rule over conquered lands was an unquestionable good, and any resistance to it was met with confusion and regarded as blasphemy. Assyrian religion also evolved. The role of Ashur continued to grow. He was no
What's
longer
up,
just
Joseph
the city's
Mikey?
patron deity,
Work
but
this
now the
call for me, see
supreme
if I
god
wanna
above
open.
all others. If Ashur was the god of gods, then, according to Assyrian
What time is
logic,
open?
the
10?
king of Assyria was destined to
I mean,
be
you
the
could
king
use
of
the money,
earthly
not
kings,
doing a whole lot
ruling
today.
over all peoples.
You're gonna miss
The
some
Assyrian
ass.
kings saw territorial expansion as their divine mission, a fulfillment of the god Ashur's will,
Yep.
and so their military campaigns remained relentless.
Yeah,
This
just tell
expansion
me
played a
that's
major
okay.
role in the downfall of Mitanni.
You're
The
not
first
wanting to go in
devastating
either?
blow was dealt by Adad-nirari I, who annexed
Yeah,
part
no,
of
it
Mitanni's
was.
territory
Just
and
tell
forced
him
its
you,
king,
yeah.
Shatwara
Yeah,
I,
church,
to
man.
Just tell
acknowledge
him you
himself
have,
as a
yeah,
vassal of
church
the
is,
Assyrian
yeah.
You
ruler,
might say church.
or, as the Assyrians
Yeah,
put
say
it, to
church,
bear
but
the
yeah,
yoke
just say
of
you can't
Ashur.
miss.
Yeah.
Shortly thereafter, the Hittites destroyed Mitanni's capital, Washukani, and the new
And yeah, that
Assyrian
sucks,
king,
but yeah.
Shalmaneser I, annexed what
That sucks
remained
for your
of the
manager
once
too.
powerful Mitanni state. The next major expansion of
That's
Assyria's
part of it,
borders
dude. That's
came
part
during
of
the
the
reign
free
of
market
Tukulti-Ninurta
economy, which sucks,
I.
dude. It's
In
until
the
they get,
south,
until
he
people
conquered
don't show
Babylonia,
up, until
and
they
in the
don't
north,
have,
he dealt a
until the
crushing blow
managers
to
have
the
to go in there
Hittites.
and do it themselves.
Assyria could have become a full-fledged
Will they
empire
start
at
going,
this
okay,
point,
can we pay a
but
little
those
bit
ambitions were
better,
cut
or
short
can we,
when Tukulti-Ninurta
how do we
was
attract
assassinated
people?
in a palace coup.
How do we
His death
retain people?
triggered
You
a
know,
period
until
of
you start,
internal strife
stop
and
treat,
power
it's just,
struggles within the kingdom.
it's sad but true, dude.
Around
When
the
they
same
have lots of
time, the late
employees, they
Bronze
treat
Age
us like
collapse
shit,
swept
dude.
across the Near East,
And it's
bringing
only
once
until they have
thriving
more
trade
work
states
than
and
they have
mighty empires to
employees that they
decline,
start getting all,
or
oh,
even
hey,
complete
how you doing?
disappearance.
Good to see you. Thanks
Assyria
for
managed to
showing
survive
up.
this turbulent
Thanks for
era,
not breaking
though
and
its
stealing all
territory
my
shrank to a
shit.
small
Like,
core along the middle Tigris. By the end of the 10th century
hey,
BC,
that's kind of a
the
big deal. I
Assyrians,
can
led
leave
by
you
King
here and
Ashur-dan
trust
II
you.
and his
And
successors, resumed their military
that's something
campaigns.
that shouldn't just be,
Initially, these
taken for
campaigns were defensive
granted,
and preemptive.
which
As
they
Assyria
do.
faced
Yep.
repeated raids from Aramean tribes to the east, the Nairi from the Armenian highlands, and the Medes from the Iranian plateau. But before long, these expeditions shifted into aggressive, expansionist warfare. A key factor in Assyria's military success was a series of technical innovations. They were the first in the Near East to develop cavalry as a distinct military unit. Early Assyrian cavalry mainly consisted of mounted archers, though later they introduced heavy shock cavalry, early precursors of the Parthian cataphracts. Another major breakthrough was in military engineering. The Assyrians began using battering rams to break through city gates and walls. Since most fortifications at the time were built from sun-dried brick, even simple rams were highly effective. They were also the first to deploy siege towers with archers and to dig tunnels beneath walls. While earlier armies typically relied on long sieges to starve defenders into surrender, the Assyrians mastered the art of direct assaults, even against the most well-fortified cities. Another key innovation introduced by the Assyrians was the creation of a postal system, which allowed them to establish territorial administrations across conquered lands. Before this, the inability to maintain control over distant regions meant that subjugated territories were typically left to pay tribute, often while keeping their local rulers in place. The Assyrian kings changed this approach by stationing garrisons and appointing governors in conquered cities, officials who were closely monitored through regular reports delivered via the postal service. To enable the rapid movement of troops and ensure uninterrupted postal communication, the Assyrians were among the first in history to build an extensive network of paved roads. All these innovations, military logistics, large-scale infrastructure projects, and a growing bureaucratic system required immense resources. This posed a challenge, as the Assyrians lacked a formal tax system. The solution they found was to make warfare continuous. Thus began the practice of conducting annual military campaigns focused not only on expanding the empire's borders, but also on extracting as much wealth as possible from the conquered territories. These campaigns reached their peak during the reign of King Ashurnasirpal II. His conquests were marked by extraordinary brutality, even by the standards of the time. Here is how Ashurnasirpal II described one of his victories.
I took the city and slew many warriors. I seized all that could be taken. I cut off the heads of the fighters and raised before the city a tower of skulls and bodies, a tower of the living I built. The young men I impaled upon stakes around the city, and the maidens I cast into the flames. Thus did I make known the might of my hand and the terror of my rule.
When Ashurnasirpal II's army captured a city, horrific death was the norm. Prisoners were beheaded or dismembered, their skin flayed, impaled on stakes, crucified, buried alive, drowned, or burned. This policy of terror and intimidation proved highly effective, at least in the short term. Many kingdoms submitted to the Assyrians without resistance, too fearful to even attempt a fight. Here, for example, is how Shalmaneser III described one of his bloodless victories.
The panic-stricken terror and fear which my lord Ashur sent upon them seized the dwellers of the city when, with my host, I came before their walls. The king of the city grasped my feet and submitted to me. I accepted him and granted him life. The heavy yoke of my dominion I placed upon him for all eternity. His own sons, his kin, and his household I took as hostages to ensure his obedience forevermore.
But in the long run, the policy of terror backfired. While it inspired fear, it also bred deep and lasting hatred. Nearly every neighboring people came to not only dread the Assyrians, but loathe them with intensity. Even though Ashurnasirpal II's successors were not as cruel, the reputation of the Assyrians as ruthless executioners and tormentors stuck and could not be undone. The goal of terror had been to crush any will to resist, but over time it produced the opposite effect. As soon as internal strife erupted in Assyria itself, multiple people.
Oh my gosh, what?
In the north, those who had suffered from Assyrian raids united to form a new state, Urartu.
Okay, I accidentally shot my girlfriend through the window.
Of Aramean tribes emerged.
Okay,
Rebellions
ouch.
frequently broke out in Babylon against Assyrian rule. Ultimately, the policy of endless warfare led to Assyria's decline. The plundered lands and devastated settlements, stripped of resources and populations, stopped generating wealth. Trade collapsed. Provincial governors began slipping out of central control and started intervening in power struggles within the capital. Constant warfare and civil unrest pushed the empire into economic ruin, and one by one, the conquered territories fell away.
Damn, guys, really?
By the end of the 9th century BC, King Shamshi-Adad V ruled little more than the capital city and a small patch of land around it. Assyria was saved from total collapse by King Tiglath-Pileser III, who came to power in 745 BC through a military coup. Once on the throne, he implemented sweeping military reforms that significantly strengthened the army. Previously, the Assyrian military had consisted mostly of a militia of free citizens, each responsible for supplying their own weapons and armor. Under Tiglath-Pileser III, however, Assyria formed its first professional army. He began recruiting impoverished peasants into military service and equipping them at the state's expense. He introduced regular training, strict discipline, and reorganized the army into specialized units, chariots,
Charge,
cavalry,
somebody plug in.
light and
Is there
heavy
one
infantry,
charging right
and
now?
engineering corps. To fund this army and ensure the stability of the state, Tiglath-Pileser carried out tax and administrative
Did you hear me?
reforms.
I accidentally
First,
shot my
he
fucking
imposed
girlfriend,
new taxes
dude.
and labor obligations on farmers and craftsmen.
No, I don't
Second,
think you can kill
to
her,
prevent
hopefully. It said
provincial
the date was
governors
over.
from
It said I
becoming
abused
independent
her.
rulers,
The date was
he
over.
reduced the size of
The
provinces
hell?
while increasing their number.
We
And
were shooting,
crucially,
we were doing
began
drive-bys
appointing
together.
eunuchs as governors.
And so I
Since
tried to
eunuchs
shoot out
could
the
not have
window.
children, they posed no dynastic
And I
threat
shot
to
her
the
in the
central
passenger
authority.
seat.
With a reformed
So
army
yeah,
and a more
see, like
centralized,
they like to
stable
enforce
state,
the rules and then they
Tiglath-Pileser
don't. Like,
III
oh yeah,
launched
no,
a
you
new
had someone
wave
in the
of
passenger
conquests.
seat. You didn't lean
But this
all the way
time,
over past
Assyria's
her.
treatment of
You just
conquered
lifted
lands
your
took a
arm
new
up
turn.
and
To completely break the spirit of resistance among
you got someone in the
subjugated peoples,
passenger seat,
the
dude,
Assyrians introduced
dumbass.
a policy known in their language as
No, it
nasahu,
just did that to
or
me. It just
uprooting.
Newtonianed me.
After conquering a region, they would
No,
deport nearly
there's
the
a girl
entire
sitting next to
population
you
to
in the
another part
passenger
of the
seat. You
empire.
can't do that.
In their place, they
Duh.
would resettle captives
Just
from
shot
other
your
lands.
girlfriend.
The idea behind this policy was to sever the connection between a people and their homeland,
CJ.
erase their national identity, and
Me and
assimilate
CJ.
them into the Assyrian world.
CJ's a bad man.
Interestingly, it
CJ
was
is a
this
bad man.
policy that led to the Aramaization of the Near East.
But
Originally,
he's doing the best he
Aramaean
can in a
tribes
bad
lived
world.
in compact groups in what is now
CJ's a
Syria.
bad man in a bad
After
world.
the mass deportations initiated
Doing
by
the
the
best he
Assyrians,
can, Mom.
Aramaeans were scattered across various regions of the empire. Over time, their language, not Assyrian, became the lingua franca of the Near East.
It is hard out here.
Even
Wait,
in
I
the
told you what's the
Assyrians'
new
own
name. It's
heartland,
tough out here.
Aramaic grew increasingly common.
It's tough out
At
here.
a certain point,
That
the
is,
Assyrians
it's
began
changed
keeping
a little.
records not only in Akkadian, but also in Aramaic. In
It's
relief
hard out here
carvings,
for a pimp.
scribes are often depicted working
Trying to
in
get
pairs.
gas for my
One
Harrier.
writing in Akkadian on a clay tablet,
Gotta get my
the other
money
in
for the
Aramaic on
airstrip.
papyrus. The
I got
Nasahu
airstrip
policy,
rent.
along with Tiglath-Pileser
No, it's true.
III's reforms, proved extraordinarily
I
effective.
got rent on my Harrier.
In
You know how much it costs to put fuel in a Harrier?
Tiglath-Pileser aided Babylonian king
Huh?
Nabonassar in his
More
struggle
than
against
some
Chaldean
stuff,
tribes
you
and
can.
the kingdom of Elam. As a result,
I was laughing. I
Nabonassar
was listening
became
to
his
some
vassal,
hip hop song,
and
and it was like,
Tiglath-Pileser adopted the prestigious
I can't
title
remember the
King
chorus,
of
but it was
Sumer and
like,
Akkad.
I know you're
He then
rich
led a
or
campaign
something.
eastward and
I
subdued
like
the Median
fancy
tribes
things
living
or
on the
something.
Iranian
And, you know, it was
plateau.
like hood
Having
hip
tested
hop.
his
Yeah.
reformed army in real combat,
So they were like black, you know,
Tiglath-Pileser
whatever.
set his sights on the
And
most
I was
powerful state
laughing
in the
because I was
region.
like, dude, we're
Urartu,
not even,
ruled at the
the
time by
people
King
we think
Sarduri
are rich
II.
are like just
Urartu had
upper
formed
middle
a military
class,
alliance
dude.
with several
That's
Syro-Hurrian
how poor
states
we are.
and Aramaean tribes.
If someone is
Together,
actually a little
they posed a
secure,
formidable challenge
you
and were
know,
expected to
not
be a
living
true
month
test
to
of
month,
Assyria's
we
renewed
think they're
military
fucking
strength.
rich.
In
If they
743
can afford like
BC,
things that
the
are well
decisive
made,
Battle of Arpad
we
took
think they're
place,
fucking rich,
where the
and we're like,
Assyrians
damn, that's
faced
how
off
poor
against
they've
the
gotten
forces
us,
of
bro. These
Urartu and its
basketball
allies.
players ain't rich,
The
dude.
Assyrian victory was
Yeah,
so
they're upper middle,
overwhelming and
like they were in
conclusive
high school.
that many states in Syria
What were the
and the
basketball
Levant
players in high
immediately
school? They're
submitted
the
to
upper
Asher's
middle
rule
class kids,
without
right?
resistance
Yeah,
and
those are
paid
the ones
tribute.
that can afford the
In
sports
They can afford the
735
sports
BC,
program, or their
Assyria
parents
delivered
are
a
really
decisive blow
involved,
to Urartu.
and they want their
Tiglath-Pileser
kids to
led
be
his
upper
army
middle
all the way to
class.
Tushpa,
It's so
the
yeah,
enemy
that's the
capital,
sports
located on the
teams.
shores
That's
of
the
Lake Van.
so yeah,
The
they're just
Assyrians
upper middle
managed to
class,
breach the
dude.
city's outer defenses
And
and
we think
destroyed
we're
the
so
lower part
poor
of the
though.
city.
That's fucking
But the
rich
citadel,
to us.
perched
That
atop
because
a
that
sheer
is
rock
rich
face,
to me.
remained
Fucking A.
impregnable.
I was like,
Although
really,
the kingdom
dude?
of
That's just
Urartu
upper middle
technically
class.
survived,
They're
the
secure.
campaign triggered a period of internal
Their house is
crisis.
paid for,
For
and
many
half
years
time it's not
afterward,
paid for. They still
Urartu
have
was no longer
loans. They still
capable of
have,
challenging
but they're
Assyria's
more
dominance.
secure than we are.
In
It's
732
like, but they ain't
BC,
rich, dude.
Tiglath-Pileser launched another campaign into
I'm
the
pretty
Near
sure
East.
rich
He
nowadays
conquered
is like
Damascus,
it's
while the
another.
Phoenician city-states acknowledged Assyrian supremacy and paid
So
massive tributes to
yeah.
avoid destruction. For example, Tyre paid 4.5 tons of gold. The kingdoms of Israel and Judah were also turned into client states. Tiglath-Pileser's campaign
your
reached the
mind.
very border of
Okay.
Egypt, ending with the capture of Ashkelon, the capital of the Philistines. The following year,
Unbelievable.
Tiglath-Pileser returned to
I'm getting
Babylonia,
really really up
where
and
he
dine
once
this
again
girl.
defeated the Chaldeans, taking 154,000 prisoners in the process. In 729 BC, he united Assyria and Babylonia by crowning himself king of Babylon. In just 15 years, Assyria had brought the entire Near East under its control, from Lake Van to Egypt, and from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. This marked the birth of what became known as the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The successors of Tiglath-Pileser, Shalmaneser V, Sargon II, Sennacherib, and Esarhaddon continued his expansionist policy. Assyria reached its greatest territorial extent at the beginning of the 7th century BC. Egypt, Elam, and Cyprus were conquered. Rebellious Phoenician cities were subdued, Urartu was pushed far to the north, and in the west, the Assyrians seized vast territories in Anatolia. In 689 BC, during the suppression of yet another Babylonian uprising, Sennacherib utterly destroyed Babylon, leaving not a single stone standing. He deported the population, relocated the city's divine statues to Nineveh, and flooded the site with the waters of the Euphrates. However, the city was later rebuilt by his successor, Esarhaddon. Under Esarhaddon, the empire reached the peak of its power. The authority of the Assyrian kings knew no bounds. All the peoples of the Near East had bowed before them. It was hard to imagine that within just a century, not a trace of mighty Assyria would remain. But that's exactly what happened. In 672 BC, Esarhaddon named his son Ashurbanipal as his successor. All the Assyrian nobility swore loyalty to him, but in Babylonia, the local elites refused to take an oath of allegiance to Ashurbanipal. The situation nearly escalated into rebellion. To prevent instability, Esarhaddon decided to split the empire in two, leaving the throne of Assyria to Ashurbanipal and the throne of Babylonia to another son, Shamash-shum-ukin. This decision was well received in Babylonia, as Shamash-shum-ukin's mother was Babylonian. In Assyria, however, the plan was met with skepticism. A clay tablet survives to this day, containing a message from the court priest and astrologer Adad Shumu Usur, addressed to Esarhaddon.
Nice. Train station.
Thou hast clothed one of thy sons in the royal garments, and bestowed upon him the kingship of the land of Ashur. Thy eldest son thou hast appointed to reign over Babylon. But, O my king, what thou hast done with the young kings is not good for the land of Ashur. Let wisdom guide thy hand, lest strife and discord fall upon the throne.
The words of Adad Shumu Usur turned out to be prophetic. In 669 BC, Esarhaddon died and power passed to his sons. Although Shamash-shum-ukin was formally crowned king of Babylon, real authority remained in the hands of Ashurbanipal. A strong Assyrian garrison still remained in Babylon, loyal not to Shamash-shum-ukin, but to Nineveh. Ashurbanipal also continued to offer sacrifices to the Babylonian gods, a sacred duty traditionally reserved for the king of Babylon himself. For a time, peace held between the brothers, and during that period, the Assyrian Empire, at least on the surface, appeared stronger than ever. The old enemy, Urartu, had effectively become a client state, serving as a buffer on the empire's northern frontier against the aggressive Sumerian tribes. In the west, the Lydian kingdom became an Assyrian vassal. To the south, in 653 BC, the Assyrians crushed Elam. The severed head of the Elamite king Tuman was hung in the royal garden of Ashurbanipal's palace in Nineveh. But Shamash-shum-ukin longed for Babylon's full independence and secretly began forming an anti-Assyrian alliance. His coalition included Chaldean principalities, the Elamites, Persians, Medes, Arabs, Egyptians, and even the Lydians. Interestingly, Assyrian counterintelligence uncovered his plot in time. Clay tablets discovered in Ashurbanipal's royal archive contain reports detailing suspicious diplomatic activity by Shamash-shum-ukin. Yet, despite these warnings, the reports were ignored. In the spring of 652 BC, Shamash-shum-ukin launched his rebellion, but the coalition of revolting powers failed to present a united front. Egypt provided no support at all. Lydia, under attack from the Sumerians at the time, quickly withdrew from the conflict. The remaining allies acted without coordination or strategy. Using the classic divide and conquer approach, the Assyrians defeated the rebel forces one by one. By the autumn of 648 BC, they had captured Babylon. Rather than be taken alive, Shamash-Shum-Ukin committed suicide, along with his wife and closest supporters. The Assyrians unleashed terrible vengeance on the city and its people. Rebels had their tongues ripped out and limbs hacked off. Their mutilated bodies were left to be devoured by dogs and pigs. After crushing
What's
Babylon,
happening, dude?
the
Oh my
Assyrians
gosh,
moved
what is
swiftly to
happening,
suppress
dude?
the Chaldeans, destroy the Elamite state once and for all,
Wow.
and punish the Arabs. Ashurbanipal celebrated his stunning victory with a brutal display of power. As he entered the temple in triumph, his chariot was drawn not by horses, but
Oh,
by
I
5
can't go
defeated
through the
kings.
tunnel.
Behind him walked the closest allies of Shamash-Shum-Ukin, each wearing around their necks the severed heads of rebellious princes. Assyria had reached the height of its power. It seemed that no force on earth could stand against it. But in reality, Assyria was bleeding out from within. The constant uprisings had drained its strength.
Can't go through the tunnel, bro.
Medes
Too
never
big.
returned to Assyrian control. Egypt soon broke away, and Lydia also refused to recognize Ashurbanipal's authority. He no longer had the strength to reconquer these increasingly independent border states. Soon after, a new threat emerged. The Scythians, following in the wake of the Sumerians, began appearing along Assyria's borders. In the 630s BC, under the leadership of Madius, they invaded Assyrian territory. Weakened by endless wars and rebellions, Assyria was in no condition to resist. The Scythians swept across the western parts of the empire like a tidal wave, rolling westward beyond the Euphrates. This sudden catastrophe broke the back of the Assyrian state and plunged it into chaos and internal strife. Ashurbanipal lost the trust of the military elite and was removed from power, left only with the Babylonian throne. But in 627 BC, Ashurbanipal died, triggering a civil war between his sons and his generals. The rapid collapse of the Assyrian Empire had begun. One by one, Assyrian provinces declared independence. Elam broke away. In Babylon, a Chaldean prince named Nabopolassar seized power, declared independence from Assyria, and launched a war of liberation. By 619 BC, he had succeeded in fully freeing Babylonia from Assyrian control.
Let's go for a drive.
Meanwhile, Egypt re-entered the scene, occupying Canaan, the Levant, and Syria, regions that had remained leaderless after the Scythian invasion. The Assyrians lacked the strength to confront the rising power of Babylon. In a desperate move, King Sin-Sharishkun formed an anti-Babylonian coalition that included Assyria, Urartu, Manai, and Egypt, but it was too late. Nabopolassar defeated the alliance's combined forces. Around the same time, the Median king Cyaxares invaded Assyria from another direction. Both armies raced to the city of Ashur. The Medes arrived first, stormed the city, and burned it to the ground. On the flaming ruins of Ashur, Cyaxares and Nabopolassar sealed their alliance. In 612 BC, they laid siege to the Assyrian capital, Nineveh. After 3 months, the city fell. King Sin-Shar-Ishkun was killed during the final assault. The remnants of the Assyrian army, supported by Egypt, regrouped in the city of Haran. The last king of Assyria, Ashur-uballit II, tried to rally what was left of the empire, but his efforts failed. In 610 BC, the Medes captured Haran, and the following year, Nabopolassar crushed the last Assyrian-Egyptian forces in the region. And with that, the story of the Assyrian Empire, the first empire in history, came to an end.
I think we both know you're a little beneath me.
Oh, you're one of the complex. Yeah, we gotta wait till after Westwood. gotta get dressed. Those are going on
You want
tonight.
to come up for some coffee?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's have us some coffee.
Kenneth Copeland is a great example.
Runway behind his house.
It's like her first Halloween.
And she walks up to him and she's
She's
asking him about
awake.
the private jets.
Old
And he gets
enough
in her
to.
face and he goes like this. Have you seen that one?
Is this the guy that he looks like?
Yeah. So a YouTuber named Tommy G and I.
What happened?
So
Oh, it's
he
in
has
this
a
basket.
19,000 square foot parsonage. And so now we're like 3/4 the way to his house. No one's been down here before. No one's ever seen
I
footage of this.
see.
He tears his glasses off and he opens his
I couldn't
jacket and
find
he walks up to us. He's like,
last night, I
"You
couldn't
out of
find
here
the
now!" And he
napkins.
flashes
Like,
this
I know
package. Kenneth
you did not
Copeland is a great
use them,
example.
so-
Runway behind his house,
And
4
then-
jets.
Yep.
I mean, so is that, you know, how it works with these guys? You know, and I'm not, just business in general is you buy a private jet,
Sweet.
a yacht,
Mm-hmm.
you charter it out, you use it when you need
Okay,
it.
I got all the girlfriends
Obviously,
except my original,
one
who I
person
accidentally
doesn't need
shot
4
in the head.
private jets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So is that what they're doing? They're launching
So, and that's all right,
jet
'cause she's
rental business.
she lives where I'm
So
playing
they're already
right now,
tax free
so
for
that
buying
works
the
out.
jet, right?
Correct.
And then they rent the jets out to other corporations or whatever.
I don't see much. Well,
Would
again,
that be an example?
could be, but and I know I've heard a couple people do that. That's their
Video
excuse
games
for the
don't
private
like
jet
to
is,
be
hey,
talked
we're
about.
actually going to make money with it.
Don't know
But
why.
I see that as an excuse. Like, there's this thing that we profile on the show called long-term ministry, or I'm sorry, long-distance ministry, and a pastor will find an excuse and open a church 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles away from his main church, and then he goes, "I need a jet
Yeah, there's
because I have to go preach the gospel."
Hey,
And it's again, it goes back to that biblical premise of what is a church. Like, you're here to make disciples of men and run your ministry, which is your family. Everything else is just
Yeah, we
man
need to
building
get the
layers
pallet picked
on
up.
top of Christ's message.
Bed's
Like,
made.
Christ didn't say you need to fly, like this guy needs a private jet to fly over there. Instead, the Bible says to build and exhort Christians, raise up Christians like you, Sean. And this is the kicker. The whole point of a shepherd, of a pastor, because
Hey, and Mom told you to wrap that up,
is to
Sydney
raise
Mahar.
up his flock and then send
Don't
them
push
out.
it too far. Get in trouble.
So if the biblical
Gonna
form
get
of
us
church
all
is, I
in
am
trouble.
here to, if you came to my church,
But yeah,
whatever that be, a
you
home
need
church, a
beds
mega church,
made.
my entire biblical goal
Pallet
is
picked
to
up.
steward
We
you in the
need
faith
small
and
trash
grow
cans
Sean
gathered up
to
and
where
then
Sean
try
goes,
to pick
I'm
it
ready to
out.
leave. I'm going to go start my own. That's the point of the church. But man, what a bad business practice, because you are my money. So no, I'm not going to send you out. I need you here, Sean. I need you here building this machine that we built, this business. It needs you. But God didn't tell you to build a building. He told you to build a body. And so Kenneth Copeland is a prime example of endearment. Kenneth Copeland is the guy, you've seen the video before where the female news anchor corners him on the runway, and she walks up to him and she's asking him about the private jets, and he gets in her face and he goes like this. Have you seen that one?
Is this the guy that he looks like a demon?
Yeah, and he says, I can't fly, I have to fly private because I can't have demons in the tube with me. So he's calling people demons.
Can't have demons all
that's
up in
Kenneth
my
Copeland.
face, bro.
And
Demons.
so we had a great showdown on his property. It's
On
in
my
the
way to
series.
preach
And
the
so-
gospel, and I'm getting confronted by
he has a
demons.
19,000 square foot parsonage.
And what do they call
It's a
that?
parsonage.
A
In
parsonage
third
is a
class?
house owned by the church.
I can't
So it's
fly
bought
third
and paid
class.
for by donor dollars and tithe givers, and the pastor can live there. The purpose of this is, hey, back in the day, clergy would live on site, right? That door would be open 24
How
hours
did
a
he
day
get
for
me?
someone to
How
come
did he
in
get
and
me? It
prayer.
was that cop. Fucker, dude.
In the
You
Catholic
were
world,
around the
repent.
corner, bro.
And so that pastor would need to
You
be
were
on
literally
site.
around the corner.
And so they would
Okay.
build what's called a parsonage right next to the church. So the pastor
I'm
could
sure.
live in this very
Sure, there
modest
was
house that's usually attached
something I
physically
did.
to the church.
All right, I better go get some
Well,
flowers for Denise.
Over decades and just through precedent, that parsonage has been pulled off. And so the church will pay for
They
the
get
parsonage
pissed
of
when
the
you kill their
pastor, so
drug
the
dealers.
parsonage is owned by the church, but the pastor can live in it. There's no stipulation on how big that
Because,
parsonage can be.
their drug dealer is
how
better than their
extravagant it can
You know what I
be.
mean? A drug
So
dealer,
Kenneth
they
Copeland
control.
has a 19,000
Would be their argument.
square foot parsonage
That's
on
better
the lake.
than drug
on his church
dealers.
property.
They don't control.
His church property, so this is the story about
Because,
Kenneth.
there's
Kenneth,
going to
what
be
most
drug
people don't
dealers
know,
no matter
was
what
a
they do.
struggling musician
That's the...
back in the day.
The
He
excuse, I
became a
believe.
pilot and started flying Oral Roberts
So.
around. Oral Roberts is like OG evangelist. He's like one of the first old school big boys.
Jesus,
in space.
dude.
Similar to Frank Billy Graham.
Involuntary.
And so
Here we
the
go.
story goes that Kenneth
Simon
Copeland
says
was
what?
flying
Simon
over
says
Texas
what?
and saw this
Simon says
runway in
what,
Texas,
guys?
like,
Okay, Simon says
and
what
God
here,
gave him
guys?
this vision
Okay,
to
guys.
buy this
What's
whole
happening?
parcel and turn it into a church.
It's not even making
And turn it into
any
what he calls
sense
the revival
whatsoever.
capital of the world. So flash
Simon
forward,
says, Jesus, dude.
And back in the day, in the 60s and 70s,
Simon
mailers
says, I'm
were
lost on the
super
map.
popular. And so, you'd mail,
Simon
you'd get a
says
mailing
it
list,
took a
you'd mail
wrong turn.
50,000
Yeesh.
envelopes out and say, hey, Sean,
Yeesh.
give me $10. This is Nathan, this is Pastor Nathan. I need $10 to help you spread
Simon
this
says
message.
you should know this spot by
And we
now.
have his
Best
mail
way to get here.
from the 70s. And he promised to build 6 things. He said, and in this pitch, God gave me the vision to buy this runway. I'm going to build a radio station, a TV network, ministry facilities, Kingdom Park, which was an extravagant park for his churchgoers and his tithe payers, an elderly community.
You
So
gotta be.
once
Where's
you
this
retire,
fucker
you'll be
shooting
able
at
to
me?
retire on the church
Where's this
property.
fucking cop
And
shooting
in
at me?
your rooms, they would pipe in.
I've
Kenneth
had enough,
Copeland's
dude.
TV
I've had enough,
network, so you
dude.
could watch Kenneth Copeland
Had
preach the
enough.
gospel 24/7 a day, and then elderly home, and then a hotel for guests to come and enjoy the lake. So he sent that pitch out, raised tens of millions of dollars. He ever only built 3. Had to make sure it was 3.
Where's this
3
guy shooting at me?
of the things he promised to build. 1 was the radio station, 2 was the TV network, 3 was the ministry facilities. He never built the 3 things that people would donate money
Sick
for.
of this shit, dude.
I would want to use the park. I would want to use the hotel. Maybe one day I'd want to
Oh
retire
my
in that
god.
facility. He never built it. Anyway, in the for-profit
I'm
world,
out, dude.
that would be called fraud. He would be in jail. In the religious world, we
That's
call
it.
faith.
Time. Breaky time.
You got to have faith.
No more playing.
So in
Breaky
the
time.
interim,
Come
he
on,
buys
dude.
1,600 acres on this lake
Breaky
in
time.
Texas.
Don't let it make you go
He builds the
postal.
ministry facilities. He builds
The
the
machine
radio
don't
and
make
TV
you.
networks.
Machine
And
make
then,
you go postal.
A gentleman, a builder, a developer was like, hey, this
See it
bottom
spread?
part of your
Did you
1,600
watch that
acres
just
is
spread from
prime
this
for
fucking
development.
computer to my
So he
children?
peels off 400
Holy
of the 1,600
shit,
acres
bro.
and sells it to a developer. So
No,
there
that's a
is
real
housing
thing,
development
dude.
program.
Wow.
It's
The
not for the
vibe.
elderly.
Just know.
And he
Wow.
made money off that
Thanks,
deal.
guys.
It just went back to his church. In the meantime,
And it's up to me to stay calm. I let it escape. I'm sorry. It was my bad for letting it escape.
He's like, hey, you own the mineral rights.
Because
Let's
it's
stop pumping
confined. Yeah, my bad. I let it
So
escape.
they've been pumping oil for decades, and no one knows how many tens of millions of dollars have been made off the oil.
I let it
Because it's
escape
all
confinement.
this
My
guy's-
bad.
all of it. It's all called a church. And so, flash forward, now he's an older guy.
So the oil
Let the
business
beast
falls under
rage.
the church.
Let it rage,
The
dude.
church owns the oil business.
Let it rage.
So he has his two private runways. He's got his ministry facilities. He peeled off 400 acres to a for-profit development. He's got his oil platforms, and at the very bottom of the lake, or the property near the lake, he started building this 19,000 square foot
Come on,
parsonage.
Denise. Come on,
And now he
Denise.
lives in
Come
it.
on,
No
baby.
one's ever been there
Come on, baby.
before.
Car's right here.
So no one
Car's
knows what
right
it
here.
looks like. Pastors have,
There
but
you
like
go.
no
Car's
pub,
right
nobody
here.
like you and I have ever been there. So that 19,000 square foot parsonage, word is from an informant that basically Copeland
Up over the
has
hill.
seen
Yeah.
tons of
At
pastors.
least they didn't throw
So
a
there was
car
an
at me.
electrician back in the day that wired cameras and audio recording devices into every guest room in that 19,000 square foot parsonage.
It's fine.
So
I
if you
can
have
tell it's just a
pastors
frustrated, sad
so
crowd.
afraid of
I'm
their
not-
rivals.
So they're blackmailing. He's
Yeah.
blackmailing.
Yeah, got to get dirt on people
How did you come across this information?
through our PIs. Yeah,
Every single guest room in a
the guest rooms in a parsonage owned
No,
by the
no,
church
keep it in there.
is
No.
wiretapped, video
Get
and
your
audio,
frustration
to
out.
basically
No.
archive dirt on people staying with you.
Does anybody receive the footage?
Ooh, okay. I gotta pause. I guess.
Because no one
That's
can ever
very
get to the
required.
house.
Baby, what's the matter?
Wow. Wow.
Baby,
It's not as things aren't as it seems.
I'm not
Appears
gonna
that
talk to
way.
you like that. What?
So I had the thought that, hey, I want to see the parsonage. So I start giving money to his
Well-
church, and I'm like, the church owns that house.
What? Show me what
No
you're
one's
talking-
seen
what are
it.
you
So I
talking
want to see
about?
it. So a YouTuber named Tommy G and I I start going to his church, and we're like, okay, I get a schematic, a big printout of his property because it's huge. I track the roads. We, get a visual on it, and there's one open gate from rain runoff that couldn't close, and it went from a parking lot to this dirt road, and so I could see it on the map, and I'm like, that's our inn. We're just gonna steer down this open gate and see where it leads us, and we're gonna try to get to the house. So this is in the show. We go to service. Ironically, all these pastors know me. So as soon as I sit down, there's 3 security guards around me, like with their earpieces. And I sit through part of the service. I get up and leave, and Tommy walks out, and we meet at the cars, and we just start driving. So we get on this dirt road, we go over this open fence, and boom, we're 50 yards from his runway, but there's a gate closed. And I'm like, shoot, I got nowhere to go, man. We pull up to the gate, just opens. And I'm like, well, this is God. So we're doing this. So we get onto the runway. So now it's something out of, what's that? It's something out of an action movie. We got 2 cars flying down a runway now. And I'm like, okay, we're going to make a hard right here. And this is all in the show. And there's another gate. And boom, that gate opens too.
The schedule's off.
And so now we're like 3 quarters of the way to his house. No one's been down here before.
Let me get off of here. Let me finish this.
And I'm a big bow hunter.
And yeah, I'm dating my girlfriend again, who I just shot in the head.
So it's 10 to 12 foot fences. I start seeing bucks everywhere.
Me too, actually.
And I'm like, this is his own hunting ground. And sure enough, we pull up to his house, and there's one final gate, and he has this massive deer stand. And I'm like, this pastor has his own high-fenced hunting ground on his property, on the church property that no one gets to use, but they pay for. So we pull up to the fence, and there's a keypad. So I'm like, we're not getting through this one. And now I'm 200 yards from the house, so we can see it. So we put drones in the air. We're having fun.
But yeah, I think it's one of Sydney's toys or something.
And so I call the front desk of the church because I'm like, well, we're kind of stuck here now. So I call the front desk, and I can't remember the guy's name. Abraham. This nice guy named Abraham answers.
But she's just
He's
in
like,
the
this
mood.
is Abraham. Yep. How are you doing, Nathan?
Yep.
And I said, whoa, how do you know this is Nathan? And he goes, we have your number. You've been giving to us. And so they're just a refined call center. And I'm like, okay, awesome. He's like, what would you like to do? Would you like to give money, or would you like prayer? And I'm like, well, I got a random request. Like, we're sitting at the gate of Kenneth's house. Like, I'd love to meet the pastor. And he's like, you're what? And I'm like, I'm at the gate. Like, we're down here. We made it through 2 gates. We were on the one, and I tell him the whole story. And he goes, please hold. And he just puts me on hold, and there's some hymn music in the background. We sit there for 30 minutes.
Take me away.
And I'm like, no one believes that we actually made it here, so let's just head back to the runway. So we drive back to the runway, and we just wait. And I'm like, if we just sit on the runway, someone's going to see us. So we just sit on this open runway. And sure enough, within 5 minutes, boom, 2 private security guards cars come driving by, park next to us. They're professionals. Like, after Ed Young's experience, like, I know private security and I know professional security, and then just like straight cowboys. And these guys are professionals. So they come up and they're like, what are you doing?
Where's your clothes?
I'm like, hey, we just have a couple questions about the parsonage. We tried to, get there, but we couldn't get there. And we're having a cordial conversation, and out of nowhere, we just hear this F-150 comes screeching up on us.
She does need a trim. It is long.
He looks like John Ritter from the US. So he comes like flying up to where he's almost hits us, a couple feet from us, and he gets out and tears his glasses off, and he opens his jacket, and he walks up to us. He's like, you out of here now. And he flashes this badge, and he pulls his shirt open, and he's got his like a pistol, like 9 or something sitting there in his pants. And luckily Tommy G has been through this enough, and he goes, let me see that badge. And the guy goes, no, get out of here now. And he goes, no, I want to see your badge. And this guy grabs both of us, so assault, and starts shoving us to the cars. And right then the professional security is like, whoa. So they grab John Ritter, and then they throw him against his truck, and they're like, get out of here. And it turns into this funky altercation. Come to find out, he is kind of this private security, like main security guy.
That was silly.
And again, I'm respectful. And so cops show up. There's kind of the standoff, and we're like, hey, we just have questions about the financials. No one's willing to talk. That parsonage is paid for by the congregants. No one's ever been here. No one's ever seen it. Like, at least someone should be able to look at it. And the cops are like, hey, can you guys please leave? And the private security is like, can you guys just leave? And we're respectful. We're like, okay, but we'd love to talk to someone. So flash forward a couple days, we find out that cowboy security is Kenneth's private security, and they fire him. That guy has
Say that cat
traveled
been
around the
outside?
U.S. to churches. He gets hired and fired over and over again.
I don't worry.
It's just
Oh,
his
yep.
MO. But so another major loophole is these parsonages. You could do whatever you want. David Taylor, who was just arrested by the FBI yesterday, 26 or 28,000, square foot home in Tampa, Florida. That's just one. He has about 28 million in real estate. And so just with the loopholes, you can do whatever you want. And again, you're asking for money, whether that be through tithing or generosity, from vulnerable people who are there, to be preyed on and loved on. And these guys just build empires in the name of Jesus.
Do you think they're preaching anything that is, what do you think about their teachings? And
Again, this is garbage.
no matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.
Can white one?
Yeah. God damn it. Okay.
For his legendary efforts to save Rome after the tragedy of the Gallic sack in 390, Marcus Furius Camillus was hailed as the second founder of Rome and placed on par with the mythical King Romulus as a paragon of Roman virtues worthy of emulation by subsequent generations. After he set this precedent, the mantle of the new founder would be awarded to peerless Roman heroes such as Caius Marius. But the most famous recipient of the title, and the man who did the most to make the image of a new founder central to his legacy, was Augustus, the first emperor. However, in this role, Augustus sought not to cultivate a connection between himself and Camillus, or even with Romulus. Rather, the historical figure that he most consciously tried to parallel in his public propaganda was Numa Pompilius, Rome's second king, and a figure just as shrouded in myth as Romulus himself. For, while Romulus was credited with the foundation of Rome, and the establishment of its core civic institutions, Numa was traditionally held to be the man behind the Roman religious rituals and cults that were seen as earning the favor of the gods, and bringing success to the city on the Tiber. Numa then could be, and often was, perceived as just as much of a founder of Rome as Romulus had been. For a modern parallel, we could say that
Kids crawl
Romulus
from
built
your
the
anus.
house, but it was Numa
No,
that made
that's
the
a video
building
game in
into a
YouTube.
home. Most
The game
critically for
inside the game.
Augustus,
Oh, yeah.
Romulus was a man of war, while Numa's reign ushered in a time of peace. Again, while the actual existence of these figures and their accompanying narratives can and should be doubted, we must recall that to Augustus and his peers they were very real, even if the accepted traditions that surrounded them were at times vague and contradictory. According to Roman legend, Numa was, in every respect, the mirror image of Romulus, albeit somehow even more perfect, providing an excellent insight into the Roman mind by indicating that, though war and martial valor were highly valued, the Romans desired true, divinely ordained peace above all. They just didn't know how to achieve it. Numa was praised not just for erecting the famous Temple of Janus, but for closing its doors, signifying that Rome was at peace. Given that this would only happen once more in the 7 centuries separating Numa from Augustus, we can understand why Augustus would make his closing of the doors 3 separate times the centerpiece of
The
his
more you learn
propaganda
about Rome, the
and
more you're
efforts to
surprised it
earn
lasted as long as
legitimacy
it
for
did, I
his new
think.
regime.
Like,
So
like,
important
what
was the
fuck?
closing
Yeah.
of the doors that Livy cannot help but praise the mighty Augustus, even when ostensibly relating the history of Numa. When he had thus obtained the kingship, he prepared to give the city founded by force of arms a new foundation in law, statutes,
Maybe that's
and
why it halfway became
observances,
the church.
and
Like, yeah,
perceiving
the only
that
way,
men
yeah,
could not grow used to
God had
these
to
things in the
fucking
midst
do
of wars, since their natures grew wild and savage through warfare, he thought it needful that his warlike people should be softened by the disuse of arms, and built the temple of Janus at the bottom of the Argelitum as an index of peace and war, that when opened
Only
it
God
might
could
signify
protect
that the
Rome
nation was in
from
arms,
Rome.
when closed that
You know what I
all
mean,
people
though?
round
Like,
about were pacified.
that echoes
Twice
the Jews
since
though
Numa's
halfway,
reign
you know?
has it
So
been
you could argue,
closed,
yeah.
once in the consulship of Titus
Where's the
Manlius
Gentiles?
after the
And where's the
conclusion of
Jews?
the First Punic War,
Rome is the
the
Gentiles.
second time, which the gods permitted our own generation to witness, was after the Battle of Actium, when the Emperor Caesar Augustus had brought about peace on land and sea. As a ruler who spoke to Rome's highest
I'm
ideals
sorry
and
if I forget
worked
to
to
plug
pacify
your
the
phone back
warlike
in.
nature of
I
its
thought I
people
was
through
doing better.
religion, Numa was a natural
But
choice
yeah,
for Augustus,
I know.
as he sought to
I'm,
legitimize his
can I
position,
apologize?
for he would cast himself not just as the
Huh?
bringer of peace, but as someone who enjoyed a special connection with the divine,
You know, I
and
freaking get
could
some of us getting
reconstitute
along
Rome's
on
relationship
tapes.
with its
That would be nice.
gods, a relationship that he argued
Yeah.
had been
Good luck.
critically
Good
neglected
luck.
during the generations
Fuck.
of Republican collapse, leading to strife and disorder. It was the fracturing of Rome's peace with the gods, the Pax Deorum, that had resulted in the earthly discord of civil wars, and Augustus would reinstitute the sacred peace by resurrecting old cults, repairing temples, and
I
establishing
know I'm the
himself
bad
in
guy.
a
I know.
unique position at the
Yeah.
apex of Roman religious ritual, elevating his person and his genius
I'm
to
the
such
man.
heights
I'm the
that
man.
the
I would be
proclamation of
like,
his
I
godhood
accept your
after
apology.
his
I
death
know you do it on
seemed
purpose.
only natural.
I mean, I know you do
Augustus
it
thus
on
balanced
Oh,
two
don't
forces
use my
which we
words
moderns
against
can
me.
I
perceive
mean,
Don't.
as
I
contradictory:
realize
That
an
it's
appeal to
defiance
religious
or it's
tradition
fuck you.
and a simultaneous introduction of
really,
new
Nicole
religious
Mahar?
rites centered on his person. To us, it appears that the princeps
No, it's
is
not. It's
attempting
an
to have
assertion
it
of
both
dominance.
ways. But to
No,
understand
it's
why
not.
Romans
It's what do you
perceived
call
no
it?
tension here,
You
we
just
must
forget.
look at
Yeah,
the example
forget
of
like
Numa
no,
and the
inconsiderate.
conditions surrounding the
Cat, get
original
off me.
introduction of Roman
Just
religious
inconsiderate.
practices. While it is easy to see how Augustus's religious reforms and his campaign to recultivate and reapply Roman tradition were instruments of his broader political project and
All right,
granted
Denise.
legitimacy to the steady
Ready to go for a
accumulation
date
of
again?
power under his aegis. But
I
in
wouldn't.
looking at Augustus's
Shut your
reinvention
mouth.
of
Whatever.
Roman civic religion, we must remember
It wasn't my
that
fault.
religious
It
innovation
wasn't
was
my
not
fault.
synonymous with
Inconsiderate.
cynicism.
I
For
didn't
in
know the fucking
developing new
game
religious
rules.
practices for Rome, Augustus was
Shoot me
following
your
in the
head, bring me
footsteps of the
flowers.
legendary
I was
Numa,
just at
a man
100%,
who
bro.
even
No,
the
I just got
Romans
all those other
acknowledged
ones
as
at
perpetuating
100%
a
and
pious
then
fraud to
dropped hers
institute
from.
new religious observances in
Let's
Rome.
see, where's it at now? At least
But
I've had one
crucially,
date. Let me see.
despite the fraud being acknowledged by our sources,
93. She's
the
at
Romans
93 now.
still adhered to these
So that's
cults,
two. I had
and would
3
even venerate
dates
the
to make
man
up
who had pulled the wool
for what
over
happened.
their eyes.
Took 3 dates to.
Fearing
Oh, that's about like
lest
the woman.
relief from
3
anxiety on
dates
the
to make up
score
for
of
one bad
foreign
date.
perils might lead
Yeah,
men who had hitherto been held back by fear of their
sounds about
enemies
right.
and by military discipline into extravagance
Takes
and
time, bro.
idleness. He thought the very first thing to do, as
Takes
being the
time.
most efficacious with a populace which
I
was
need your
ignorant
Batmobile, bro.
and, in those early days, uncivilized, was to imbue them with fear of heaven. As he could not instill this into their hearts without inventing some marvelous story, he pretended to have nocturnal meetings with the goddess Egeria, and that hers was the advice which guided him in the establishment of rites
Where was
most
that? It
approved
was like
by the
right
gods,
down here.
and in the appointment of special priests for the service of each. Even the devout Plutarch agreed that it was no sin for leaders to invent false commands from the gods, so long as this was done with social good in mind. There is no absurdity in the other account which is given of Lycurgus and Numa and their like. Namely, that since they were managing headstrong and captious multitudes, and
Bless
introducing
you.
great innovations in modes of government, they pretended to get a sanction from the god, which sanction was the salvation of the very ones against whom it was contrived. The fact that the Romans would take no issue with religious deception like this helps to highlight the extremely different context in which religion operated in the Roman world. This becomes all the more glaring when we understand that we are dealing with historical traditions that have been subject to revision and reinvention. To constantly portray Rome and its past in the most positive light. Had Numa's fraud been truly objectionable, it would have been excised from the tradition, or given a more comprehensive editorial gloss, just as many military defeats seem to have been.
You gotta get a little
If
bigger.
you're
A little
enjoying
bit
this
bigger.
video, please do us a favor by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We're a small channel, and this is the only
Oh,
way
I
to get
didn't
the
favorite
almighty
that.
YouTube
See if it
algorithm to
remembers.
notice us. Furthermore,
I didn't
you can help
bookmark
Tribune
my
become more
website.
sustainable by becoming a member for as little as 99 cents a month. Thank you for all of your support. The story of Numa's invented trysts with Egeria remained because to the Romans, if this religious deception was in service to a greater good and ended up being proven successful by
Hey,
securing the blessings needed to win wars and enjoy material prosperity,
Oh.
then that indicated
Oh, okay.
divine approval of the action, and that the resulting rituals were thus retroactively sanctioned by Rome's patron deities. In contrast, the modern view of religion is much less pragmatic. To us, the origins of religious revelation must be plausibly traced to real divine intervention to be considered valid. For a scammy televangelist, becoming absurdly wealthy by touting his personal relationship to Jesus makes us more suspicious, not less. Ironically, this more skeptical modern view can be traced back to early Christian critiques of Roman civic theology, as I will explain later. For to pagan sources like the Historia Augusta, Numa's innovations were seen as effective, and were thus justified after the fact. Numa, the next in order, who by means of religious observances safeguarded a state which resounded with wars and was swollen with triumphs. From then on, therefore, our commonwealth prospered. However, despite our skepticism of modern religious hucksters being warranted, it does not mean that we ought to necessarily assume that Romans operated within the same framework. For, under the Roman openness to religious innovation, even if a cynical motive could be adduced, there was still valid reason to follow the proclamations if divine favor seems to have been granted. This is, after all, how many new rituals began, and why temples were inaugurated. Romans had sworn solemn oaths to honor the god if they achieved victory on the battlefield, or received similar blessings. If these conditions were met, then it was assumed that the god had accepted the arrangement, just as a patron would accept the pleas of a client. New rituals and practices would then unfold, and, depending on the context of the oath, could be observed for centuries by a specific clan or even the entire Roman community. Understanding this helps to ease the natural conflict that we perceive when we read of Augustus's remarkable innovations within the religious sphere, while he simultaneously painted himself as the upholder of tradition. The contradiction we see with our modern eyes simply did not exist to the Roman. By acting fully within the ancient and accepted theological worldview of Roman polytheism, Augustus was confirming long-standing traditions, while also redeveloping them. His success and ability to usher in the era of peace that he promised was seen as evidence that the gods must be blessing him. Even as he inched ever closer to divine honors for himself, a Roman would have expected such hubris to be punished, if indeed it was hubris. But such a reckoning never arrived for the princeps himself, even as members of his house died young. His piety and standing with the gods seemed confirmed. In fact, he would live for so long, and enjoy such unparalleled dominance of the Roman state, that even if his close connection with the gods was purely a political invention early in his career, the man probably began to believe it himself.
Then after you guys
You
But
are
as paganism
so
waned
tricky,
and
maybe.
Christianity emerged as its heir, religious thinking regarding Numa and
after
his
you're
pious
done,
fraud
Casey, you
shifted
need to
to
get your
become more in
clothes
line
on.
with how we moderns view
Brush my
religious
teeth.
deception. Numa was
Tricky,
attacked by
tricky,
writers
bro.
such as Tertullian and Augustine
I
for
got you.
intentionally leading people astray and for deceiving the masses. For even
What do you
Varro,
want?
a
Getting
very
closer.
learned heathen, all but admits that these stories are false, though he does not boldly and confidently say so. But he maintains it is useful for states that brave men believe, though falsely, that they are descended from the gods, for that thus the human spirit, cherishing the belief of its divine descent, will both more boldly venture into great enterprises, and will carry them out more energetically, and will therefore, by its very confidence, secure more abundant success. You see how wide a field is opened to falsehood by this opinion of Varro's, which I have expressed as well as I could in my own words, and how comprehensible it is that many of the religious and sacred legends should be feigned in a community in which it was judged profitable for the citizens that lies should be told, even about the gods themselves. The conflict between the Christian and pagan views was centered around whether or not the typical person could understand religious doctrine, and indeed whether they even had a right to know of religious mysteries, or if these should be reserved for the enlightened alone. Ultimately, the Christian perspective
How
won
much
out,
time do I have?
and no matter your personal religious feelings or inclinations, I imagine you share the opinion of Augustine
Don't start a game
that
war?
religious deception is never warranted, even if it is in service
Okay.
of a greater good. It's a remarkable illustration of just how dramatically Roman ideas shifted in the 1100 years between Numa and Augustine, between the embryonic Rome that was little more than just a collection of huts, and the Rome of a grand Mediterranean empire teetering on the verge of collapse. Augustine was just as much of a Roman as Numa, but the two men occupied such radically different worlds that we begin here to understand the dangers implicit in talking about Rome as a monolith, or as a static society that somehow was immune from the dialectical changes that shape all nations, peoples, and cultures. There were just as many Romes as there were Romans. Remember this the next time someone tells you to do as the Romans do.
Hey, Playboy, watch that.
Stop, busy bear.
Wearing mixed fabrics.
Good
Among
job,
the many laws.
All right, go get your clothes on. It's breakfast time. Just your night, your pajama shirt. Great breakfast. All right, stay out of there. We got to get the table set. We'll be ready in just a minute.
Like F you.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Sorry. I'm sorry,
I
okay?
mean, you know.
I'm sorry, okay? Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry this relationship is so out of balance.
You're not sorry. That's just what you're supposed to say.
I'm Was your manager a little pouty?
So when I called it, the manager wasn't the one who picked up.
Oh.
So,
It does suck being a manager.
but I think
It's nice to like be able to fill in, but yeah, no, you are, yeah.
I think the guy that was scheduled to open today, he was one of the new guys, so I think he might have quit because I don't think he showed up last shift either.
Ooh.
Oh,
And
So how long did he last in the pit?
less than a month, less than like 3 weeks, I think.
That's
Or
tough
2
work,
weeks.
dude. It's tough
but,
work. Speaking of, yeah, go ahead, Mom.
that's what I was trying to think about Rush. It's really high. It doesn't matter. Hit servers, it's high turnover.
It's, yeah.
Like they're only a
I
lot.
think it's just because it's high paced work, no matter
Uh,
what.
like I
there's a lot
said-
of stand around time sometimes, but when it's busy, it's busy.
Like I said, 30% of our staff is the only 30% that are remaining from what I
And then the
joined.
rest just kind of rotate.
And then that's the deal too with restaurant work because of that. Like you'll frequently get called in, and like
Sydney, come get drinks.
you can't feel bad about that.
Yeah.
Because like no, it's all the time.
Yeah.
So you can help out when you can help out, but
Your brother got it all. No cup right now. Stop with the cup. Look, we'll put it right there where everybody can see it. This the chalice that's causing.
It's
Is
easy.
this
When you
the
take your seat out, you gotta pull it out.
Is this the chalice of sorrows?
yes, it is.
Okay.
You hit your knee.
Hey, everybody,
Chill
come
out.
on. Let's get some food in our bellies. We'll cheer up. Get some food in your belly. Make the mitochondria. Or wait, what is it? Star Wars?
The midichlorian.
Make your metachlorians happy, and they'll make you happy. He was ahead of his time, bro. He was ahead of his time. The force is gut flora. It's your gut
Do you want
fauna.
peanut butter jelly?
Yeah.
I don't know what's in it.
She just does one with some gravy on it. But do we cut it up for your baby?
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta put it, you gotta tear it to pieces for her. He's not ready for grown up.
Why are you happy now? Sydney J. Oh, I know, but it's causing problems, right? So that's
And it's getting to the point where I think you're enjoying causing the problems. Why it's put up, because you should have already
recognized.
recognized it was causing problems.
We just recovered over it,
Yep.
and you want to
So,
bring it back out.
You want to taunt your sister with it at the breakfast table.
Mhm.
I know it sucks. I know.
Yes, I did.
Freedom comes with responsibilities. We can't have nice things.
I totally had a hangnail
Ooh,
on my pinky toe,
yeah.
and it went like deep into the skin and started bleeding.
Not cool. We fix that? Need help trimming it?
No, like bleeding.
I know, but do you need us to look at it?
No.
Yeah. Not trim it more. Yeah, don't mess with it anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it's gotta grow out.
In a band-aid.
Yeah. You might put a band-aid on it. Okay, say grace.
Bless us, O Lord, and these I gifts you're about to receive from out. Through Jesus Christ, Lord, amen.
Amen.
Guess who doesn't have cranberry elderberry juice anymore?
This wasn't popular
I
enough.
guess.
Yeah.
Or it's too popular.
It's true though.
Popular.
Yeah. One
Yeah,
or the
that would
other.
be hard to tell how these
Look.
work sometimes.
Yeah.
Mom, you gotta order it on Amazon now.
I can,
Had the drones ship it to us.
have it.
You're
I have mine.
You know, they have tunnels underneath Tulsa that have like automatic mail systems and pneumatic tubes. They tried this before. Maybe it'll work this time. But yeah, that was part of the tunnels down there, so they could transport stuff to those buildings without trucks being on the streets downtown. Yeah, they reused the tunnels. And I know there was a pneumatic system there for a while. Buildings, there used to be, they'd send stuff from floor to floor. The building was old enough that they'd have the tubes in there still.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're probably
Yeah.
all covered up or taken out now.
Now, I was going to ask, next weekend is your Eagle Scout weekend, yes? November 1st?
Well, yeah, this week, yeah.
All right, gotta make sure we're ready.
Me
'Cause
too.
I was
All
letting
week. I'll get
Dad
ready.
know so he can prepare.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
It won't be
so
that tough. We just gotta
no,
hold it together.
mm,
Samantha's was like that too, really.
I know we kind of
Did we
just
have 2 work days?
Samantha's we had one, no, we had one full work day, 2
Yeah.
shifts, and Bub's is the same. And we may not need the second shift the
But
whole
I think
time, but
just like Sis's, as long as we get the big bulk out of the way, then the rest of us, between me, you, mom,
we can
and your
come back
sisters,
out and wrap it up.
and wrap it up. Yeah.
Yeah, but Bubs has to be able to, as part of the project is being able to organize workers.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, exciting.
Yeah.
It hurts.
Hey, we're not talking about you right now.
And yeah, you should have asked somebody to help you with that before you started whatever you started.
Midnight.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
No, I'm talking about Sydney.
Well,
Yeah,
I came
well,
home at like 12.
I was just gonna say your brother was awake at midnight, I was awake at midnight, and your dad was awake at midnight. So that's not an excuse. And your dad was up out here, I'm pretty sure, past when Bubs went to his bedroom and I laid down. So yeah.
No excuse.
So no, enough with the excuses. I'm just saying, like you can mess your toenails and stuff up. So like, yeah, if you're having a problem or there's a big thing, you need to ask somebody. So, and then yeah, but so the trees will all be there. They've got-
Mulch and the fertilizer
yeah,
will be there.
they've got the tools, the small stuff. Then there was some other small stuff. So then we need to make time to go pick that up during the week somewhere
Yeah.
or okay, so is it ordered and it's there though? Or
No, it's in store.
huh?
Like, it's not, I haven't bought it.
Okay. That's what I would recommend doing is buying it and having it ready for pickup. Because it's during the week. You know what I'm saying? There's not a lot of time to go shopping for an hour running around Home Depot trying to find everything we need. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I would do is probably figure out what is the remaining small stuff you need. You know what I mean? And then have it ready for pickup. And then we just pull it through and then we load the stuff for us. That's what we did with Sis's. Like we didn't go around and shop. We just order what you need and then we can pull through and pick it up and it's paid for, ready to go. And then that'll be more manageable with my work week, your work week, all of it. So, and then, and then, so your work day starts at what time?
10.
Okay, so it starts at 10. So then we need to figure out when we're planning to get out there because we need to get out there early.
I think 9.
Okay, and then are you making signs to kind of show people where they have to go? Because I know it's kind of like at least like there's the parking lot. You probably need, and we can make it with poster board and you know what I'm saying, and a stake. Like at least have a couple where, one from the parking lot, because that's where we like shop between those 2 buildings. So that way a family member doesn't have to stand out there the whole time waiting for, you know what I mean? And, or, I mean, we don't have to have signs. Like Dad could wait out. One of us could wait. Baby, stop. One of us could wait, you know what I mean? And then just direct traffic too. So, Like after 30 minutes, most people will be there for each shift, right? Because you have a sign-up sheet or something.
Mhm. What do you want, cat? Big flat cat.
Have some cereal.
Sit up straight.
You want some more peanut butter on your biscuit? But then yeah, so are you taking the sign-up sheet to the meeting tomorrow?
You didn't shake
It's an
the
online
juice.
form, so
Okay.
I'm gonna double check with Mr. Clyde that I digital.
Okay.
Mom said I could have cereal.
Oh, she could. Sit up straight. I'll think about it.
Okay.
Chest out. Take your chest out. So you gotta
Have
do
you
it.
had anyone yesterday that could come?
Hands go with the. What? Don't everyone look at me. It was the pants. It was. What? You want me to get your cereal and all that for you? You can't do any of that yourself. Come on. Can you not? Not get it up yourself at all? I think you get some of it. You can ask what you need help for. Yep.
Sounds good.
Need help? Just tell me. So you can't reach your bowl.
Okay, not with the knife. Use your fork.
Oh, American, no, huh?
Full sign.
Uh-huh.
Gotta get full size, Dad. Full size. It's a limited edition, Dad.
Here.
I'm not saying.
L.E., bro.
Actually, if I'm not gonna
Oh, dude, what the hell?
Isabel, that was Isabel's pick.
What, the movie night?
Yes.
Bro, will you get your sister down a small bowl?
I literally couldn't stop from taking it off.
Now, Mountain Dew Baja Black.
Mountain Dew Baja Blast is so good. Baja Blast.
Don't do drugs, kids. That's all I gotta say.
I'm
Drugs are bad.
drug-free week.
And you're downing Mountain Dew.
Baja Blast is just a different flavor of Mountain Dew, Dad.
Careful, Buff. They go slow.
I'm trying to be. It's really on there.
They're tough, dude. I take it as a challenge. I started like
No,
moving
I'm
through
fine.
it. What?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
I'm a painter, bro.
Go ahead, Dad. Go ahead.
I specialize. Fine.
Oh, I was trying to actually like get it on one end.
No, the middle. Oh, you didn't know that?
Well,
You
no.
don't? See the little tab here?
Well, no, I know that, but I was trying to get it on.
Well,
Just one spout.
Whoa. Whoa. See, that's the deal to release, and then do one end. But no, it's so hard. You gotta have enough pressure and then be able to stop when it's hot. Yeah.
And not
Go.
too much.
Apparently, it's cookies and cream flavor.
I smell it.
I might, just kind
Right.
the smell is different.
Reminds me of my honeymoon in Buckingham
Oh
with your mother.
my gosh, Dad.
Dessert after our candlelight dinner.
Oh my god.
Our seaside restaurant.
Oh my god.
They brought it out. Hang it. It's a really good chocolate.
It tastes like chocolate.
Cookies.
It tastes like chocolate.
Cream.
Tastes like chocolate. I'm
Yeah.
gonna try it.
On hand churned, over hand churned ice cream.
Oh yeah, here it goes.
A smooth, rich dark chocolate. Made by the local villagers.
What are we even talking about?
I don't really know.
Our honeymoon night.
Oh no.
It's turning stuff black like Wednesday.
Whoa. Whoa.
Nice on.
You done?
Oh, she barely ate any of it. How nice. She likes her cranberry juice smell. That isn't cream. That isn't cream. It is cream.
Hey, pick up that cereal, please, baby girl. Right there on the ground. Throw it away. Please pick that up. Good girl.
Let me. That's crazy. It turned the milk black.
Not black, chocolate.
Mm.
Turn into chocolate. Super chocolate. Dark chocolate. Excuse you.
Reese's Puff, Reese's Puff. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up. In fact, for me, I tried. No.
The feeding will continue till everybody is happy and content.
Nut. Oh. That. This is a fried wine.
Totally. Totally.
Made from real bones. Smell it.
Totally. Totally. Let's see.
Well, this could be your new wine glass. You look kind
I'm not gonna get into it with this yogurt glass. Thanks.
To a Harrier to my girlfriend's house
my God.
out in the country.
Oh,
I did. You know what a Harrier is?
you like that helicopter?
It's like it's an airplane, but it can land and take off like a helicopter.
Oh,
So I totally came in.
Hey,
I crashed it.
what do you think?
So-
We dressed ourselves.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Looking good. Looking good.
He loves her sister's shirt. I see her Gypsy too. The meat French or big. Oh, I see.
yeah.
You fly planes in your game? Could you go pick up Sam in an airplane?
I have flying platforms, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
I've just second night.
Oh,
I have multiple swords.
of multiple swords. I got it.
With
I have a rocket launcher.
With upgrades.
Well, kind of, but yeah. I don't have a skill tree like you. I get better by using my stuff. You just use it. That's how you get better with it.
iron skill points.
Ooh, skill points.
Spend them on whatever I want. Yeah.
Because they're scared of video games, bro. I would be too, man.
I mean, they worship a book, Mom. There's lots of people who worship books. So, like, what do you think's gonna happen with the video game? Like, AI Jesus, dude?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're fucking scared as fuck. I would be too, bro. I would be too, bro. So, the future just can't be ignored, obviously. I think that's what they try to do, and it just can't. That's not how it works. I think that's what Gandalf is trying to tell them in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Halfway, like, he can't be ignored, dude. Whatever we do, he can't just be ignored. It's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
So we can either try to stop his coming or
That was Mary and Pip too.
hmm.
When they were in the
Oh, the
forest.
ants. Wow, I
And
didn't even there's a whole line of that.
and Pip was like, "Let's
They
just go home. Let's go back home.
yeah,
We don't need to do all this,
yeah.
And then that's when Mary
We're
was,
not heroes. We're
yeah,
just fucking
we're just little,
hobbits. Yeah.
yeah, we're Shire folk. Let's go back to
Mm-hmm.
the Shire. And that's
Yeah.
when Mary is like, you don't get it, dude. There's not gonna be a Shire. Like,
Yeah.
and there's a whole little interplay between them.
The
Like,
war will spread.
yeah, and like, so yeah, we can't just go run in our
And hide in our
in our
little
hobbit
holes.
holes.
Yep.
Like, it's not gonna work that.
Yep. The ants saw Mars, bro. No, I was just thinking because then even the ants are uh trying to say it's not their shit. It coincides with the
Yeah,
ants.
yeah, yeah.
And do we have to have longer with this minute?
I just okay. Nope. Nope, we don't.
No, so I just it's another one that has to be folded. I get it. I get it. But you guys are getting ready to go to church. Can be loud in here.
Yes. No, that's fine. I just don't want the washer or the mold. That's all.
I didn't know there was one in.
That's
That's gaslighting.
that's not that.
Yeah, yeah. Me trying to have a conversation with you and you overreacting and rolling on your back and being like, instead of saying there's a load, can I get the load out?
That's true. You're right.
Shut the fuck up.
What?
I love you. Shut up. I know what you're doing. You're agreed that dissing. You're dissing me by agreeing. Anyways, what were we talking about?
Ants.
Oh, the ants think it's not their deal because they're trees. They'll live through it. They've seen, and then he sees what fucking Saruman has done to the land. Like, no, dude, there's no fucking trees left, bro. That's how. And then that's when the ants decide, well, fuck, it's. I was like, yeah, Mars, dude. Yeah, dude, it's gonna. Believe it. I know it's hard to believe. I know it's hard to believe, dude. But yeah, dude, it's weird. I'm pretty sure it's true, dude. There's people with really weird minds, and for some reason, they get power. Yeah. So, and all of us don't want to believe it's true, and all of us want to believe Alex Jones is a fucking psycho. Yeah, like you believe the priest was a fucking psycho when he was telling you there was evil people. Oh, all those witches were just completely in. Are you sure? Because we have serial killers now. We have kids disappearing now, but you want to act like kids weren't fucking disappearing back then when there was
Yeah.
So there was definitely no satanic serial killers back then, even though we have satanic serial killers now on fucking record, bro. We have the pictures, dude. But you want to keep telling me it's all fucking anyway, sorry. You're getting worked up, dude. People are waking up from that shit. Yeah, the satanic panic might have been a little bit overblown, and Karen using that for, oh, what about the children? But yeah, dude. Literally, fucking Striper was on people. There was open Satan worship, dude, by heavy metal bands. That was Satan worship, and I'm not being bad, but yeah, they were. Oh, I was just joking. No, so anyways, I got triggered. 'Cause, yeah, I think there's really evil people, dude. You don't realize. So, too much. Too much.
No.
Too much monologuing. Too much kitchen table.
What?
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 What, dude? Not gonna hurt you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna impregnate you and tie you down with kids.
Yeah. For the rest.
Steal your life from you.
For the rest of my life.
For the rest of your life. That's all.
No big.
Like a monster xenomorph.
No big.
So you have to carry my seed. Ugh. Yeah, who would do that? That's the problem, dude. You can't. Just like talking to my niece, like you can't. You can say objectively, like, yeah, we need to have babies. We need to have mothers. We have to have mothers, or it just will fall apart if we don't have mothers. But then when you talk about it on a personal level, you're like, damn, dude, fuck that.
No.
You just got one out of diapers, basically,
Yeah,
man. No,
she's still in diapers.
yeah. And then Jaylene's smart though. Like if you're gonna have them, it's good to have them not too far apart.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're like, damn, dude.
It's the reset.
Uh,
It's the reset.
and it's you're giving your life up, dude, for another life, another creature.
Your life, your body.
No, you're you. You're not. You're not. Watching you. A maiden or what? You're a mother. You're a thing. You're a So. We desperately need extended families back, which is what we're trying to do. That's my niece. That's your kids having cousins.
Yep.
Nuclear family isn't cousins. That's just you, mom, and dad living in fucking Seattle in some neighborhood. You live there for like 5-something years, and then you're gonna move somewhere else because the house went up in value, and your parents are a different phase in life. Oh, a divorce. Plus, parents got divorced, so
Yeah.
now dad lives in Dallas, mom lives in Portland. You went to high school in Seattle. You know what I mean? Like, hey, yeah. I don't think that's working out for people. You go back to the neighborhood, it's not even the neighbor. It's not even, doesn't even, you don't even fucking recognize it, dude. Well, yeah, like Trump, you just tear that shit down. Everything's torn down. Everything's a new strip mall. Hey, I was coming to get that.
What?
No. I mean, look, listen to your kids now. But sugar don't help. You fucking gave them a granola bar, try to, they don't.
No.
It ain't food.
Uh,
Short-term high.
uh-huh. It doesn't do much for very long.
No, it's a little treat. Yeah, it's a little. And then they want another hit. They want another hit of sugar. Uh-uh. They want another little package to open, another little. And you know, Izzy will get burnt out. You see her? She brought those gummies back that way. But I noticed there's times she won't finish her juice box. And she hadn't had it. It'll be her only one of the day. And there's just times. So, huh?
No, I can hear it in there. We need to go to the library.
All right, I gotta start a gang war, real quick. Take back my turf. Oh,
Look out, man. Not that fool. This all you giving me? Hey, man, what is going on, man? Move out the way.
there you go. No, she was hungry, obviously, for real food.
You what?
She was hungry for real food, obviously.
What you dudes waiting for? Ball is getting the takedown. Take it like you need to get silenced. So you no witness. You want to get bust on? Come on, stay
Side of
close.
the street, lots of cops over there, though. Let's get rid of our wanted level.
What y'all waiting for? What you dudes waiting for? Fools need to get dealt with. Give it to him.
Nice. What we got, boys? Where are they coming
Hey,
from?
give me that paper. Use your motherfucking eyes next time.
Right, okay. I'm gonna have to try to reach. Did you get it? Good job.
Get your fat ass up, stay close. Come on, stay close. Ease up.
Ah,
Get your fat ass up, stay close. Give me them chips.
Go brush your go brush your hair.
Give it to buzz back so I can make a move. This get nasty. Hey, pay a nigga. Keep him on.
oh, Fuckers got me. My bad, bro. My bad, bros. Hope I live through this.
Hey, over here, come on, keep up.
That was all me, man. My bad.
Come on, man. Lead in you, huh?
My bad, dude.
That's mine. Hey, over here, come on, keep up. Green light is in her here, that's it. Come on, man, I thought we was bang. You say to me, this all you giving me? Come on, man, keep up. Ooh, get simmer. Come on, y'all, get in. CJ, let's roll, man. Yeah, OGS grow. Hey, dude, keep up. Get that fool out. Give me that money. Grove Street family, yeah, what's up? What's up? I got this. Hey, over here, come on, keep up.
2. Six out.
Come on, man, keep up.
45 week. One on 45.
Hey,
There's a
over here,
gang
come
war
on,
right
keep
there.
up.
We got this.
Hey, what you waiting around for? What was you saying? Homeboy, side. Hey, come on, man. I thought we was bang. I like to share too. Thank you.
Oh, okay. That looks kind of like a scary book. Did you brush
You
your
don't
hair?
need it
Doesn't
now.
look like it. Help for that. Yeah.
These missions fast, now, bro. You gonna
That's the
represent the
one.
set now, homie?
Hey, you know
For
me,
the Grove,
CJ.
dude. We gotta put work in.
Move Grove's got a posse. All of us off.
Attack that motherfucker. Hey, give me that paper. Hey, I need them wheels.
No, cry later. Please, let me go, please. I don't get tripped. I'm from Russia. Charlie, I'm not getting in that junker.
Out.
Saddle up, homie.
I ain't doing this shit again.
Watch out.
Ease off all that crazy shit.
Take you fools down.
Right, those fools, I'm moving up. Them idiots better get fucked with.
Am I gonna eat my shit?
Can't take this. Sure. I cover my ass. This all you get.
Watch how real man does it, bitch.
Ah, dang it. Oh, weapon switching just out of control, dude.
Eat this shit, you want
Good shit, bro. Almost
That's
killed me.
going in my retirement fund.
Promise me you won't total with CJ. Hey, homie, you better look out.
Oh, dog, get out the way. That's a slamming little trim. We gonna roll, homie, or what?
Well, excuse me, motherfucker.
One crash and I'm belling, okay?
I just need a little
Move, moron, move!
We put it, same difference.
Yo, we rolling. We ain't cruising for geriatrics, CJ.
How's it hanging low?
You ever smoke that icky?
Not yet, but
Now we roll.
So that's 42. Oh, and 43 straight across. 44, 45. Boom. Over here's Or some. Yeah, I love you.
Wearing mixed fabrics. Among the many laws in the Torah,
What?
shatnez is one of the most perplexing.
What?
The prohibition against wearing garments made from a mixture of wool and linen. Stated clearly in Leviticus 19, verse 19, and Deuteronomy 22, verse 11, this law forbids the people of Israel from wearing material that has wool and linen woven together. There's no explicit scientific or moral reason given, making it one of the most mysterious ritual laws in Judaism. For the rabbis, shatnez was not about fashion, but a symbol of the sanctity of created order. In Jewish mystical thought, every material possesses its own soul or spiritual energy. To mix them is to blur the boundaries of God's creation. Just as the people were forbidden to sow different kinds of seed in the same field or to breed two different kinds of animals, shatnez emphasizes that God created order, not chaos. To this day, Orthodox Jews still observe this law with great seriousness. There are special shops and laboratories in Jerusalem and New York that offer shatnez testing services, where they actually examine the fibers of a garment under a microscope to ensure there is no hidden wool-linen blend. Ironically, in the modern era, this law may seem absurd, yet for its adherents, observing shatnez is the highest form of devotion, obeying God's command without needing to understand the reason why.
Oh, there's some nice threads right there.
Eating onions and
All
garlic,
right,
one of the
straight
most
gangster,
unique
know what I'm
rules in
saying?
Buddhist monastic tradition, especially in the Theravada and Mahayana schools, is the prohibition against eating the 5 pungent plants, which include onions, garlic, leeks, chives, and scallions. This rule is written in the Vinaya Pitaka, the code of monastic discipline, and is also explained in Mahayana texts like the Lankavatara Sutra. The reason has nothing to do with hygiene or health, but rather with the spiritual effects these plants have on the mind and body. For monks, food is not merely for nutrition, it is a tool for maintaining inner tranquility. The 5 pungent plants are believed to arouse inner heat, passion, and aggression, which can disrupt the practice of meditation. In another interpretation, when eaten raw, they provoke anger and desire. When cooked, they lead to lethargy and worldly pleasure. There's even a belief that the strong odor of these plants can drive away the guardian deities who protect the sacred environment of the monastery. For this reason, many monasteries in Thailand, Myanmar, and even Japan prepare their meals entirely without these ingredients, which is why temple food often tastes mild and subtle. Although this rule may seem odd to lay people in the monastic world, to control the tongue is to control the mind. In the Buddhist view, desire can arise from something as small as the sharp taste of an onion, and preventing it is the highest form of spiritual discipline. Not touching money. In the Jain religion, the law of not touching money is not just a moral teaching, it is an extreme expression of their primary principle, ahimsa, or the absolute prohibition of violence in any form. Money, in the view of Jain monks, is a symbol of worldly attachment and the source of all forms of indirect violence, because nearly every economic activity, no matter how small, has the potential to harm living beings. Jain monastics, called sadhu and sadhavars, live without any personal possessions. They are not allowed to hold money, keep property, or even ask for anything directly. They may only accept food that is given to them voluntarily in limited quantities from the laity. Touching money is considered a form of spiritual violence because money is involved in activities that kill insects, cut down trees, or damage the earth for profit. Interestingly, lay Jains, especially in the regions of Gujarat and Rajasthan, are known for being successful merchants and bankers, but they distinguish themselves from the monastics. The monks maintain absolute purity, while the lay people strive to imitate this ideal in a more moderate way. For a true Jain monk, not touching money is a way of rejecting the entire worldly system, which is based on greed and exploitation. They choose an extreme path, walking barefoot, eating only once a day, and renouncing wealth so as not to create new karma of violence. In our modern materialistic world, this law seems impossible, but for Jains, this is precisely where the highest spiritual freedom lies. Not drinking coffee and tea, one of the most distinctive laws of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, more commonly known as the Mormon Church, is the prohibition against consuming coffee and tea. This rule comes from a revelation received by the church's founder, Joseph Smith, in 1833, which was later recorded in Doctrine and Covenants, section 89, titled The Word of Wisdom. In the text, the Lord warns the faithful against drinking hot drinks. Although not specified, Mormon prophets have interpreted this phrase to mean coffee and tea. This prohibition is not merely a matter of health, but a symbol of obedience and the purity of the body as a temple of God. In the 19th century, coffee and tea were considered stimulants that could lead to dependency and weaken self-control.
Hey, beautiful.
The Mormon Church teaches that the body and spirit are one unified whole, so protecting the body from harmful substances is a way of safeguarding one's spiritual purity. Interestingly, this prohibition has become a marker of social identity. A devout Mormon would refuse Starbucks even in the middle of a desert. But the interpretation has evolved. In 2019, the church clarified that energy drinks are not included in the ban, but cold brew coffee is still forbidden because it comes from the same coffee bean. To many outsiders, this rule may seem strange, but for Latter-day Saints, turning down a cup of coffee in the morning is a small daily sacrifice made for the sake of spiritual discipline and a clean community.
This is so interesting. I'm just gonna listen.
Not keeping dogs. In classical Islamic law, based primarily on a number of authentic hadith, keeping a dog is considered impermissible, except for specific purposes such as hunting, guarding livestock, or protecting a garden. A well-known hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari states that whoever keeps a dog except one for hunting or for guarding livestock, his reward will be diminished each day. Furthermore, there is a belief that angels will not enter a home in which a dog is present. The basis for this prohibition is both ritual and symbolic. In the context of 7th century Arabia, stray dogs were often associated with impurity, disease, and aggressive behavior. For this reason, Islamic law classifies a dog's saliva as severely impure, najis mughaladza, meaning that if it touches a vessel, the vessel must be washed 7 times, one of those times with earth. What is interesting, however, is that the Quran itself never explicitly forbids dogs. In Surah Al-Kahf, the chapter of the cave, there's even the story of the righteous youths who are accompanied by a dog in the cave. For some modern scholars, this prohibition is more hygienic and contextual than theological. But for conservative groups, a dog remains a creature that is unfit to be inside the home because it obstructs the blessings brought by angels. Ironically, Islam also emphasizes compassion toward all creatures, including dogs. The Prophet Muhammad himself once praised a person who gave water to a thirsty dog. Thus, this law exists between two principles, ritual purity and universal compassion. Not touching lower caste. One of the most controversial socio-religious laws in India's history is the caste system, or Varna, and its most extreme manifestation, the prohibition against touching those called Dalits, literally meaning the oppressed. In ancient legal texts like the Manusmriti, the laws of Manu, society was divided into 4 main castes: the Brahmin, priests, the Kshatriya, warriors, the Vaishya, merchants, and the Shudra, laborers. Outside this system were the Dalits, who were considered so low that even their touch was believed to be spiritually defiling. This prohibition gave rise to the social concept known as untouchability. Dalits were forbidden from entering temples, using the same wells, or even walking on the same streets as higher castes. In some ancient regions, even their shadow was considered polluting. Ironically, this concept did not arise from the core spiritual teachings of Hinduism, but from a social structure that became attached to rituals of purity. Over time, this system became an instrument of social oppression for centuries. Reformers like Mahatma Gandhi called the Dalit Harijan children of God, while the revolutionary figure B.R. Ambedkar, a Dalit himself, rejected the system entirely and converted to Buddhism in 1956. Today, untouchability is outlawed in India, but its traces can still be felt in social practices in rural areas. This law shows how a concept of spiritual purity can be twisted into the most extreme form of social discrimination, a clear example of religion being distorted by human hierarchy, not cutting hair. In the teachings of Sikhism, one of the most sacred and unique laws is the prohibition against cutting one's hair, known as kesh. This is not merely a style or tradition, but one of the 5 Ks, 5 articles of faith required for every initiated Sikh: kesh, unshorn hair; kara, a steel bracelet; kanga, a wooden comb; kachera, holy undershorts; and kirpan, a small dagger. This prohibition originates from the teachings of Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th Sikh Guru, in the 17th century. He emphasized that the human body is the perfect creation of God, Waheguru, and should not be altered. Hair is a symbol of total acceptance of the divine will, allowing it to grow naturally as an act of rejecting vanity and the manipulation of the body. Spiritually, kesh symbolizes strength, discipline, and devotion. Sikh men cover their long hair with a turban, which has become a symbol of honor and moral responsibility. To cut one's hair, even a single strand, can be considered a grave violation of one's vows of faith. In the modern context, however, this law often creates a dilemma, as many young Sikhs in the West face social pressure because of their appearance. Nevertheless, for Orthodox Sikhs, kesh remains a sacred mark of identity, a reminder that their bodies do not belong to the world, but to God. Interestingly, there is a mystical view that long hair helps to preserve spiritual energy and balance the mind during meditation. So, for a true Sikh, letting their hair grow is not about aesthetics. It is a form of complete obedience to the divine design.
Maybe you need to take me to Liberty City.
Not using musical instruments. One of the most surprising laws in the religious world is the prohibition of music, an art form that many consider universal and divine, but which certain religious groups view as dangerous. In Islam, a number of classical scholars, such as Ibn Taymiyyah and Al-Ghazali, debated fiercely over the ruling on music. Most conservative schools, especially within Wahhabism and Salafism, forbid the use of musical instruments because they are considered to tempt carnal desires and make the heart heedless of the remembrance of Allah. Certain hadiths even state that there will be people from my nation who will seek to make lawful silk, intoxicants, and musical instruments, which is interpreted as a stern warning. A similar prohibition also appeared among Christian Puritans in the 17th century. Groups like the Amish, Quakers, and early Calvinists believed that worldly music fostered pride and distracted from prayer. In some Puritan communities, even church singing was to be performed without any instruments, a practice known as a cappella psalmody. However, this prohibition is not without its spiritual logic. Music is seen as capable of moving human emotions faster than reason and can therefore lead the soul away from spiritual tranquility. Ironically, many traditions that once rejected music have since given rise to the most beautiful forms of spiritual music, from Islamic nasheeds to church hymns. This law reveals a great paradox of religion. That which can inspire the soul can also be seen as a threat to its purity. Not owning cars and electricity, the Amish in the United States live in the 21st century, but with rules that seem to have stopped in the 18th. One of their most peculiar laws is the prohibition against using modern electricity, automobiles, and advanced technology. This rule comes from the Ordnung, an unwritten moral code that governs every aspect of Amish life, from their clothing and homes to their interactions with the outside world. This prohibition is not due to ignorance or a rejection of progress, but rather a fear of pride and worldly attachment. For them, technology creates distance between people in their community. Cars, for example, allow a person to travel far and lose ties with their neighbors. Electricity enables entertainment and luxuries that can foster ego. For this reason, they continue to use the horse and buggy, oil lamps, and manual tools. Spiritually, the primary goals are total simplicity and self-reliance. Living without electricity means living without advertisements, social media, and other distractions, a constant form of modern fasting.
I like to share
Yet,
too.
paradoxically, some Amish now make limited use of electricity and telephones for business, but these are always borrowed from non-Amish so that they are not considered to own the technology themselves. This law may look absurd in the eyes of the digital world, but for the Amish, rejecting modern convenience is a way of preserving the soul's purity from the temptations of the world. For them, heaven is found closer in the silence of the fields than in the glow of a phone screen. Marry a brother's widow. One of the strangest and most ancient laws in the Bible is that of levirate marriage, the obligation for a man to marry his brother's widow if his brother dies without leaving any descendants. This law is clearly recorded in Deuteronomy 25, verses 5 through 10, which states that if a man dies without a son, his brother shall go into her and take her as his wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her, to perpetuate his brother's name. The purpose of this law was noble for its time, to ensure that a family line did not die out, and to provide economic protection for the widow, who in that era had no inheritance rights. A child born from such a marriage was legally
52.
considered the
Yep,
descendant of the
47.
deceased, not the
Nice. They're all
biological
right up there.
father. In this way, the family
Worked
name
out.
and its ancestral land were preserved.
I'm
In
catching up to
practice,
it, too.
however, this law often created moral and social conflicts. The most famous example is the story of
What?
Judah
Do you
and
have
Tamar
water?
in
I think
Genesis
cat's
38, where
been
Judah
fed.
refused to give his remaining son to Tamar, the widow of his deceased sons. This led Tamar to deceive Judah into impregnating her himself, a story
Sydney!
that became a major scandal in Israelite tradition. In
Manimal!
a modern context, this law certainly seems strange, even appalling, but in an ancient world that had no social security or women's rights, it was considered a just spiritual and social solution. Today, the law survives only as a symbolic relic, a reminder that the concept of family duty in the Bible could sometimes extend beyond the limits of our modern moral comfort.
Jean-Luc Picard, captain of the USS
Don't talk to
Enterprise
me.
D. He's an
Talk to
intellectual,
the
a
kids,
diplomat,
bro.
a thespian,
Talk to
an
the kids.
archaeologist, an all-around Renaissance man. To me, he's one of the most fascinating
Go talk to
fictional
the kids,
characters
bro.
ever written. He's the lead character in a television series that
Black
explores
cat.
both the farthest
It's
reaches
bro.
of human imagination
He
and
can't
the
talk.
innermost depths of the
Well,
human
he sure
spirit.
is making a
And
lot
in
of
his
noise.
role aboard the Enterprise, he's our leader, our moral compass, and
They
our
say
guide.
meow.
So in this video, we're going to
Just says
examine the character
meow.
of Jean-Luc Picard and try to figure out
Meow,
exactly what
meow.
it is that makes him so awesome. So let's get into it on the Art of
Cat
Storytelling.
talking. Yeah.
I think if you had to pick one word to describe the subject of Star Trek The Next Generation, it would be the same word that describes what makes Jean-Luc Picard a great character, and that word is humanity. On its surface, the show is about space exploration, but like all great science fiction, this premise is really just a framework for posing questions about human nature. Looking back at the original Star Trek series, it's easy to see why Gene Roddenberry wanted the captain of this new series to contrast the character
Got
of
all my
Captain Kirk,
girlfriends
the
at 100%.
impulsive man of action. Roddenberry wanted to explore an alternative vision
Well,
of
no, that's a good
leadership
thing.
that was more
They give you
reflective
both.
and restrained. Whereas Kirk
I
was
didn't
something
get
more
the
like the
special
swashbuckling
cutscene though.
space hero of pulp serials,
I guess
Picard was
there's
more like C.S. Forrester's
sometimes when you're
Horatio
out on a date
Hornblower, the
with John,
stoic and ethically
another
principled
will
naval
bust you.
captain. If you've watched the first season
And
of
he'll try to
TNG,
chase
which
you
aired
down.
in 1987, you'll know that the show was still very much finding its footing
Jake.
at this time. The writers hadn't yet figured out who the characters were,
I'm too
and the
much of a
actors
player.
didn't yet know
I
how
didn't
to
get
portray
that
them.
scene.
But already by the
Or
second
whatever you
season,
call it.
they
I didn't
seemed to
get that
find themselves
mission.
and settle into the characters
Submission?
we
I
know
don't know
and
what
love
you
today.
call it.
This is especially true of Picard, who, for the first season, was a bit too rigid and
Special
formal to be
mission.
relatable as a character, especially a lead character.
Why
One
not?
interesting thing
What
is
are we
that Picard's
cool? Still
character
have those
wasn't
windows.
entirely conceived on paper. He emerged
Ooh.
organically as a collaborative
Oh,
effort
dude, I
between
do like the
writers, directors,
silhouette.
and of course the actor who portrayed him, Patrick Stewart. He was a
And
member
we
of
could
the
do
Royal
these two
Shakespeare Company
windows.
and
This
was
one.
famously reluctant to even take the role, which he believed might harm his reputation as a serious stage actor. There was also a reluctance on the part of the producers, who feared that a bald Englishman wouldn't have the commanding presence they wanted for the character. They even toyed with
No,
the
the
idea of a
silhouettes are. That
hairpiece.
was
But
a
in the
heck
end,
of a
cooler
find.
and balder heads prevailed, and by the second season, more and more people were discovering the show that would go on to become one of the most popular and critically successful TV shows of all time. Not only were Patrick Stewart's fears of debasing his career unfounded, his performance actually elevated the perception of television as a legitimate venue for serious acting. I think this story of the early development of the character gives us a great insight into why this character works so well. And
No,
that
it
is
was
that he developed
for something
slowly
that's
and
do it
organically,
yourself.
and crucially,
And
his
the
character
impact,
was
whatever
written
that
by
measurement
many
would be,
people.
like
TNG had
cost
kind of
and
a unique
this
writing
versus
process. The show
impact.
had a core
Yeah, it
team
was
of
pretty
staff
cool.
writers and showrunners writers, but it also actively sought out freelance writers, people who had no connection to the Star Trek franchise, other than being fans of the show, who were interested in telling stories in that world. Picard
I'm
is
surprised they
complex
don't
and
make those now.
multifaceted because he has
But
multiple authors.
different
Picard
windows,
wasn't
different side.
designed by a single author with a single
Well, that's like
intention,
I
and
had
I
to
think
put
that's why he
stuff
doesn't feel
down.
contrived like so many other characters do. He
Yeah.
really feels like a real person, and that is especially important for a character who is meant to represent humanity. And this organic development continues throughout the show's 7 seasons. The character who began as a stern and authoritarian
Alright.
captain
So we're going
is
all the way here,
gradually
taking our
revealed to be
territory
more
back and
vulnerable
doing our
unexpected.
tags.
One of the earliest
Block
examples
by
of this
block.
is in the episode called Where No One Has Gone Before. The Enterprise travels far beyond the galaxy into a region of space where
Taking back our
thoughts
territory,
manifest
block by
reality.
block.
And Picard has a
There we
vision
go.
of his mother
Tag
inviting
by
him to
tag.
tea in one of the ship's corridors.
I'll make it good and strong, the way you like it.
Mama?
It's an absolutely beautiful scene and was an early indication that this somewhat campy TV show had real potential to explore profound ideas. By season 2, the writers have really begun to realize the show's potential in exploring complex ethical questions, like the question of whether the artificially intelligent Data is conscious and therefore ought to have the rights of any other person. In The Measure of a Man, Picard delivers a stirring defense of Data that turns out rather to be an indictment of man's tendency to ascribe otherness to different races in order to justify their abuse or exploitation.
Ascension, so what if he meets a third? Consciousness in even the smallest degree. What is he then? I don't know. Do you? Do you?
There's a depth of wisdom in the speech that is surprising for a TV show, and it really expands Picard's character, kind of sets the stage for future episodes in the series to explore similar moral questions. What should you do if your commanding officer orders you to lie to him? Does a mandate of non-interference in the development of a civilization apply even in cases that would result in the total destruction of that civilization? If you're given a chance to undo the mistakes of your past, should you do it? Speaking of trials, the entire premise of the series is that humanity itself is on trial for their worthiness in having the power to travel and explore the universe. The judge in this case is Q, the trickster and provocateur written as a foil, a cynical counterpoint to Picard's earnest optimism. Q accuses humanity of being, quote, a savage child race, the precise opposite of Picard's view. The fact that Q is both omnipotent and deeply interested in Picard is one of the ways that Picard's character is deepened and complicated. Q appears to have contempt for Picard and by implication for humanity itself, but as always with Q, things are more than what they appear. His character is left intentionally mysterious and morally ambiguous. Again, the opposite of Picard's apparent moral conviction.
Yeah.
And this brings me to one of the most important episodes in the story of Picard's character development, and that is, of course, Q Who.
We'll just have to see how ready you are.
Once again, the Enterprise is flung into an unexplored region of space, but this time, because Q wants to give Jean-Luc a preview of the danger that awaits mankind in their exploration of the galaxy. The ship immediately encounters an alien race that is a hive mind of millions of biomechanical drones, the Borg.
On screen.
We off on the hoorah.
Magnified.
Like any great villain, the Borg's motivations are in direct conflict with those of the story's protagonist. It's like the writers sat down and asked themselves, what would an alien race look and behave like if they represented the precise opposite of Captain Picard's values? Picard is a humanist who values, above all, the sovereign rights of the individual. The Borg is a collective consciousness that subsumes and assimilates the individual. Picard is a diplomat and believes that peace can be achieved through dialogue and mutual respect. The Borg are indiscriminately destructive and have no regard whatsoever for life, let alone political process. The Borg are compelling villains precisely to the degree that they test the character of Jean-Luc Picard and the morality that he represents. Anyway, the episode culminates in Picard's admission that he needs Q's help to survive, which turns out to be Q's intent to disabuse Picard of his naive arrogance.
I need you.
The story of Picard's relationship with the Borg is explored in much greater depth in the two-part episode, The Best of Both Worlds. Aside from being one of the most thrilling episodes in the series, it's also one of the most consequential for Picard's character. He is captured and assimilated by the Borg, becoming Locutus, a bridge between the Borg and the Federation. His knowledge of Starfleet tactics and command structure is absorbed into the collective and used against the Federation in their invasion of Earth. And this is, in many ways, the most cruel infliction Captain Picard could ever suffer. It's a total perversion of his character. It's a fate worse than death for him. In betraying the Federation, he does the precise opposite of what his character represents. I was 7 years old when this episode came out in 1990, and I still remember the cliffhanger of wondering whether Picard would become the show's villain, which, as far as we knew, was a real possibility. But in the end, he's saved by the heroism and ingenuity of his crew, who exploit the inherent vulnerability of the Borg's distributed command structure. When Picard's connection to the Borg is finally severed, Troy asks him how he feels, and he replies,
Oh, there's some nice threads right here.
Almost human.
the perfect answer for a character who represents humanity. But actually, I think the most interesting and memorable character moment in this episode is the very end. TV shows like this one almost always end on a conclusive note with the story fully resolved. You know, the audience's palate cleansed for next week's adventure. But not this episode. Picard, now back in his ready room and ready to take a sip of his familiar Earl Grey tea, pauses as if some remnant of the Borg has suddenly triggered deep inside his mind.
What's cracking? I need to see your barber. He's all right, man.
He looks out of his ready room window, the only time in the series that we get a close-up exterior shot looking into the Enterprise from space. This is so that the reflection of Earth can be made visible in the window along with Picard. It's a beautiful and haunting portrait of his fragile humanity. And I feel like moments like this one elevate the show into serious art. Great thought and care went into crafting this moment. The writers took a real chance in ending the episode this way because they knew the story cannot end honestly without Picard being traumatized. And the very next episode elaborates on this aspect of his character, having the unique distinction of being the only episode to take place almost entirely on planet Earth, and telling the story of Captain Picard being challenged by his brother to emotionally confront his assimilation by the Borg.
They took everything I was.
Again, this is a portrayal of Captain Picard that would have been unthinkable in the first season, and this just shows you how much the character has developed in just a couple short years. There are a few more episodes in the series that expand Picard's character in a similar way. One interesting revelation is that he has a mechanical heart, having been stabbed in a bar fight with a Nausicaan when he was a Starfleet cadet. It's one of several times we see an alternative Picard, a life that he could have lived. There's a similar story mechanic in The Inner Light, when he lives an entire life in the span of 25 minutes. These episodes are so good that I feel like they deserve their own videos, so stay tuned for those. Suffice to say that each one of them adds a new dimension to Picard's character and radically changes how the audience perceives him, so that by the time we get to All Good Things, the show's series finale, we are primed for Picard's final act and the resolution of his character's 7-year arc. And unlike most primetime TV shows, TNG's final episode was not a bitter disappointment. In fact, it's a perfect send-off and one of the show's best episodes. It uses a classic TNG time-bending story device to show us 3 versions of Picard at different times in his life. We revisit the stiff and formal Picard of Season 1, and we get a glimpse of his future as a cantankerous old winemaker. Everything about this episode is an appropriate conclusion for his character. It's revealed that Picard himself is responsible for creating an anomaly which, paradoxically, is both the cause and the result of Picard's efforts to prevent it. And this anomaly prevents life on Earth from happening at all. It's kind of a dizzying illustration of the complex nature of the cosmos. Fittingly, Q is revealed to be testing Picard one last time, and in keeping with the show's first episode, we get Q's final judgment about humanity, which is actually left tantalizingly ambiguous. All of this would be good enough for Picard's character resolution, but once again, the real magic is in this show's smaller moments. The last scene has Picard kind of sheepishly asking if he can join the crew in their customary poker game. And I think the genius of this is that it's the first time you really notice that in all the times you've seen the crew playing poker, Picard has never been there. It was in front of you the whole time, but because the character was written so consistently, you never questioned it. Of course, Picard would never be at the poker games because he's their commanding officer, and it would be a breach of his own ethical protocols for him to transgress that boundary. But at last, Picard's journey as a human being leads him to the final realization that the exploration that he seeks is not only out there in the galaxy, but also
on,
in
guys.
his relationships
Come on,
and in the
guys.
everyday struggle of being human.
Not mapping stars and studying nebula, but charting the unknown possibilities of existence.
There's such elegance and unity of theme and purpose in this final scene that it deserves its reputation as being one of the best final TV episodes of all time. Now, of course, Picard's story doesn't end there. There are 4 feature films and the recent Picard TV series, but I don't feel that any of these have understood Picard's character in the same way that the writers of The Next Generation did. It's kind of ironic that Patrick Stewart and the folks at CBS seemed to understand the value of Picard as a character and saw the potential in developing a series that focused specifically on him, but failed to respect the creative process that brought the characters into being. I must say I agree with the general consensus that the Picard series squandered an opportunity with shallow writing. Probably the most egregious error
So
in the
that's
series was that
45,
they actually killed
46,
Picard and then reanimated him as a cybernetic being for no
47.
reason at all. This, remember, for a character whose entire purpose is to represent humanity. I think we can all agree that we'll just pretend that didn't happen. The 3rd season of Picard, which has virtually no continuity with the first 2, at least recognize that Picard's character is inseparable from his relationships with the rest of the Enterprise crew. I've said many times on this channel that it's a common fallacy about characters that they can be kind of surgically extracted from the context in which they're written and still retain their meaning. At the end of the day, Picard in the show, Picard, doesn't really feel like Picard, and the reason is actually comically obvious if you think about it. What's a captain without his ship? Who is a captain without his
53.
crew? Without the rigid command structure of Starfleet, the system of
47.
ethics that give context to Picard's morality, what is there to test his character? It's kind of funny how much better the 3rd season was once they righted this basic error, but even then it all felt slightly unnecessary, even rehashing the final poker game as if to say, let's pretend this whole series never happened. And that's fine with me because the legacy of Star Trek The Next Generation is a really beautiful one, and I still love rewatching this show. I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that Captain Picard is a role model to me. If I'm ever faced with a difficult decision in my life, I genuinely wonder, what would he do? That is the mark of a good character, and that is why Captain Picard is awesome. So thanks for watching. Please subscribe for more videos. Check out my Patreon if you'd like to support the channel, and I'll see you on the next one.
I don't think I understand the whole banana.
By subscribing to iCatholic Mobile, you help fund programs that connect you to everything Catholic and provide that lifeline to others in need. With every dollar earned, a portion goes to Catholic media, education, and the formation of souls. Join today at iCatholicMobile.com.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Sometimes it is a bit unnerving, but it is true that we have a God who loves to hide himself. In the book of Isaiah, in the 45th chapter, we have that famous verse, "O God, you are a God who loves to be hidden." What does that mean? Oh, it's so very obvious, so obvious that it escapes our attention. Our Lord hides, doesn't he, behind the appearances of bread and wine in the most holy sacrament of the Holy Eucharist. He hides in our tabernacles. The 3rd person of the Blessed Trinity, the Holy Ghost, hides, doesn't he, in the water that trickles upon the head of the newly baptized infant, washing his sins away. Our Lord hides in the person of the priest who acts in persona Christi when he raises his hand and gives the absolution and confession. Our Lord hides behind all of our tribulations and sufferings, our crosses and contradictions. Our Lord hides, doesn't he, behind all the obligations, the ordinary tasks of our ordinary days. He's hiding there, waiting for us to please him in their diligent execution. Yes, indeed, Isaiah. Oh God, you are a God who loves to be hidden. And that is no different in today's Holy Gospel. When our Lord is hiding, isn't he, behind the words, the story of a simple parable. Of course, it needs to be unlocked. And it is unlocked by Mother Church over the centuries of our holy doctors and saints who have poured over this gospel in order to extract from it what it is and how it is that our Lord Jesus Christ is hiding his truth. Where is it hiding? Well, first, our Lord speaks of a king and a marriage feast, calling many, many guests. And what does this mean? But our Lord's incarnation.
What you dudes waiting for?
And his redemption on Calvary. This truly Mother Church has always called a marriage.
What y'all waiting
Why? Because it is a union between the soul and our Lord Jesus Christ. The soul who is espoused, our Lord who is the bridegroom. Isn't this the whole theme of the Canticle of Canticles? And then, of course, the king sends out an invitation to a special group of guests to come to this wedding feast, this marriage feast. That is meant for Israel.
Come on, stay close.
They originally were chosen. And then, as the parable tells us, they rejected the invitation to the marriage feast by making excuses. But moreover, they took the men who invited them, the prophets, and they executed them. And they came to a bitter end. And then, what does God do? He sends his only begotten Son and invites them to the wedding feast of which is only in the Roman Catholic Church.
Get your fat ass up, stay close.
And some indeed accept the invitation. And then the meaning slightly changes. And our Lord in the parable speaks about finding someone at the wedding feast, the holy sacrifice of the Mass, who is not wearing the proper wedding garment, who is not in the state of sanctifying grace. And then the next lines startle us. The king says to the man without the wedding garment, "Why, friend, are you here, not dressed properly? Why are you not in the state of sanctifying grace before you approach the wedding banquet, Holy Communion?" And then what does he do? He doesn't say, "Oh, forget about it. Oh, you were doing your best. Oh, this is unimportant." No, he says, because you were not in the proper wedding garment, you shall be cast out into the exterior darkness where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth. My dear Catholic friends, this cannot be more dramatic to us. I'm sure it shocks those who have been preaching a no false Catholicism. I'm sure it startles those who have been speaking to Catholics for 60 years that no matter what religion you belong to, they are all equal and the same. I'm sure it unsettles those who are told at funerals, oh, don't worry about praying for your beloved deceased. He's already in heaven. What do they think when they read these words of our Lord? They should shudder. Yes, indeed. Our Lord hides himself behind the words of the parables. He hides great truths, but even though those truths are hidden, they are still great truths. And no matter those who try to hide them from the views of Catholics today, we know what those truths are. And once we know what our Lord expects of us, to ignore his expectations, we know what awaits us is to be left in the exterior darkness where there is wailing and gnashing of teeth that, my friends, could make us tremble. And no matter how hard those in the church try to whitewash our Lord's words, they will have to answer.
I'ma smash you up for that.
To God himself.
God, bullshit, 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 bullshit. Come on, dude, really?
Getting
You're gonna
ready
do that?
to buy or sell a home? Do you want to help support pro-life organizations? Then you need Real Estate for Life. Get a top-notch real estate agent and support pro-life causes. Go to realestateforlife.org to learn more.
The third king of Israel is said to have received Chokhmat Elohim, or divine wisdom in a dream, such that his wisdom would extend to virtually all domains of human inquiry. And by the turn of the Common Era, Solomon, that third king of Israel, was associated with a range of supernatural powers, especially the power to bind and control demons. Through the process of Hellenization, Solomon would be described as having all the numinous powers of the kings of that period, with amulets and incantations invoking Solomonic power, abounding in those first few centuries of the Common Era. And by the rise of imperial Christianity in the 4th century, Solomon was firmly ensconced in the popular imagination as supernaturally wise, powerfully controlling demons, and the origin of much, if not all, occult knowledge. But what was the source of these supernatural and even magical powers wielded by Solomon? The emergent narrative during this period was that those abilities were bound up in a ring of power, bearing inscriptions or a divine signet seal given to the king by angels or by divine, which ultimately gave Solomon his magic, but also led to his own degradation and ruin. What do we know about this mysterious ring of Solomon? How was it made? What were its powers? And what exactly was it that made it so powerful to begin with? And how did such a corrupting ring of power enter into both occult practice through the ages, but also the wider public imagination, from Solomonic magic to J.R.R. Make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica for weekly explorations and topics of esoteric history. And if you'd like to support the work that provides evidence back free, mixes of content like this, I'd hope you consider checking
You
out
don't
my
need it now.
Patreon or pick up some of the cool merch that we have available on the channel. If you're new to the study of esotericism and you want a reliable lay of the land, make sure to check out my study guide. And if you're interested in historical books with topics in the occult and the mystical, check out Esoterica Rare Books. You can also find all of those links in the description and in the pinned comment below.
That's very
But now,
kind of you.
let's turn to the arcane lore behind the powerful ring of Solomon. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Look at the sad side. Okay. No.
1 minute. I'm in a gang war.
Oh, Sydney's got it. Go, Sydney's got it.
This episode is actually part of an ongoing series on the esoteric dimensions of King Solomon. And if you want more background on the biblical and the occult origins of Solomon, you may want to check out the first episode in that series, which is found linked below. But as I mentioned in the introduction, by the turn of the Common Era, Solomon was already associated with especially the power to control demons, mostly through exorcism, as
Yeah, you
seen
need
in
to close.
documents
No,
like the
yeah,
Dead Sea
sorry, heater's
Scrolls,
on.
Josephus, and even the Gospels for that matter.
I needed to
And it's
close the
during
window.
that period, the first few centuries of the Common Era, that those very powers associated with controlling demons through a ring of power worn by Solomon emerged. But to understand the very nature of that power, the power of the ring that he wielded, it's crucial to appreciate the earliest descriptions of Solomon's ring. And while rings of power in connection with exorcism are actually described as early as by Josephus, a certain exorcist in one of his narratives, Eliezer, performs an exorcism, quote, in the presence of Vespasian and his sons and his captains and the whole multitude of soldiers. That is to say, he performs an exorcism in front of a lot of people. He does so with the use of a magical ring and Solomonic incantation. But it's worth mentioning there that the ring in question is never described as Solomon's ring or bearing a Solomonic signet of any kind. But already in the first century, there's a link there between demonic control and magical rings nonetheless. The earliest descriptions of Solomon's ring actually come
Good
to
job.
us
That
from
was
the
dirty.
infamous Testament of Solomon, composed sometime around the 3rd of the 4th century in the Common Era, Greek. This text describes in various recensions how Solomon came to have his power over demons and how those demons were employed in the construction of the Jerusalem temple. In fact, I've done a whole episode, a whole deep dive on the Testament of Solomon if you want a much deeper understanding of this important text in the history of occult lore. In fact, it's just foundational for Western occultism. But near the start of that text, we have the demon Ornias actually attacking a youth, and Solomon entreating God for divine aid in removing that pesky demon. His prayer is, of course, answered, and the angel Michael provides Solomon with a, quote, a small ring having a seal engraved on a precious stone, whereby, quote, you will bind all of the demons of the world, male and female, and with their help you shall build up
See,
Jerusalem.
easy.
And this is our first real clue about how the power of the ring is said to operate.
I think I
The
just
ring
hit
is a signet ring. Now, for
51.
millennia, beginning with the cylinder seals of
Yeah, I
ancient
just hit
Mesopotamia or the
51.
bulla
So let's
seals
go
of
get
ancient
50.
Israel, such chancellery devices provided their bearer the ability to
Right
act from
here.
a position of official power,
50.
either as an official sign for
I
themselves
got
and
49.
or in a capacity given to them
I
by a
already did
higher
50.
authority. And by the Hellenistic
I got
period, such
51.
official signature devices often took the form of rings in precious metals, small rings, with seals engraved on the precious stones, which were often
Izzy.
worn
Yeah,
on the
Izzy, let
pinky
baby girl
finger,
do it.
and of which numerous examples, in fact, survive down to this day. Thus, the Testament of Solomon is describing the angel Michael
This is
providing Solomon
51.
with just such a Hellenistic style signet ring, bearing an authoritative seal, which compelled those under such sovereign power, in this case demons, to act as if Solomon himself bore just that sovereign authority. In other words, Solomon is given a ring that gives him the authority of either Michael, the military general of the divine army, which would make sense given control over demons, or perhaps even more provocatively, the power of God. and thus through divine authority in the exercise of the ring's power. Thus, the magic of the ring in this earliest strata of the myth isn't so much magical in
Yeah, so did I
itself,
get 50?
but in
Let's
the
go double
authority
check
it
50 and
extends to
take
the
back the
legitimate
territory.
bearer of the ring as a kind of deputizing power. The magic is, in a real sense, bureaucratic, chancellery even. And hence, the original versions of the narrative include no actual descriptions of the engraving on the ring itself. It doesn't really matter. It could be almost anything as long as it transfers that authority. And that magical authority is in the transmission of sovereignty, not in the engraving itself. The engraving
You gotta
isn't
be careful,
magical.
people.
And thus, the Ring of Solomon really wasn't Solomon's.
Gotta
It
be
was given
careful,
to
Izzy
him for a
Bear.
specific task, binding demons and constructing Jerusalem. And beyond those tasks, there's no sense that it would have had any authority whatsoever. Of course, this very bureaucratic
She said something
form or
messed up.
bureaucratic notion of the ring's power wouldn't endure very long because that's frightfully boring. And eventually, the ring itself, or specifically the seal
Protect
on
the
the ring,
territory
would
here.
quickly acquire magical power in itself because he would want said power. And the manuscript traditions of the Testament of Solomon bear this out with numerous texts, including
Is there a
first notes,
tunnel underneath me?
interpolations, and even drawings variously depicting the so-called Seal of Solomon. Though, again, strictly speaking, that's a misnomer, given that the seal wasn't stricto sensu Solomon's seal, or if it were only given power by divine authority, and thus, in some sense, it's not originally Solomon's seal. But various seal images do end up appearing in the manuscript tradition, depicting various configurations of stars, divine names, especially the name Sabaoth, a divine name associated with angelic armies, and thus pretty appropriate for controlling demons, along with a few more elaborate devices. Of course, seals of Solomon continue to be a mainstay for the past 2,000 years almost, and thus they have enduring interest among occultists, and dozens of such seals of Solomon have appeared in the history of occultism, but more on the actual seal, or at least the earliest level of the seals as they appear in the literature in just a bit. Though, just as an aside, we actually do have archaeological examples of official Israelite seals, and at least one found in situ, a royal seal from an actual Israelite king, the King Hezekiah, giving us some idea of what actual royal Israelite seals would have historically looked like. Interestingly enough, the tiny Hezekiah seal is pressed into clay, and it reads Hezekiah, son of Achaz, king of Judah, and it features two winged sun discs flanked by Egyptian Ankh signs, representing a fourth life. Now, the presence of Egyptian imagery isn't surprising given Hezekiah's political alliance over and against the rampaging Assyrians with the Egyptians. But for a king, often, at least in the Hebrew Bible, associated with extreme Yahwistic piety, the presence of Egyptian pagan imagery is here pretty conspicuous, maybe even shocking. But many of these Bula seals have been found, including the famous Lamelech seals, and along with other royal seals, in fact one perhaps of Achaz with his fingerprint perhaps even on it, and these offer us a far better insight into more historically realistic Israelite royal seals. Thus, I think if you were to try to recreate a historically accurate seal of Solomon, whatever that means, or a seal of Yahweh for Solomon, whatever that means, from the imagination of an ancient Israelite, these seals would be far better starting points than what we get in the Hellenistic period. But regardless of the anachronism of a 10th century BCE Israelite king using a 3rd century CE Hellenistic signet ring, the notion of the Solomonic signet ring stuck. In fact, around the time the Testament of Solomon was being composed, or just perhaps a little bit afterwards, around 333 of the Common Era, Christian pilgrims report seeing just such a ring of Solomon in a cave or a crypt near the pools of Bethesda, allegedly where Solomon was said to have bound demons. This may have been a place where exorcism was performed by the church. In an account of 381 by Egeria, we're actually told that the ring, along with the horn which held the oil used to anoint the kings of Israel, was actually on display in a chapel at Golgotha, the site where Jesus was executed. People could come and venerate them daily. In our later account, this is 6th century of the Common Era, but it's an addition of a 4th century description of the geography of Jerusalem. We're told of a chapel adjacent to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre where that very horn and the ring could be venerated, could be kissed. And further, we're told that in that area there were 12 silver hudrei, or basins atop marble columns, which were on display as well. Those 12 basins were said to have been the vessels in which Solomon bound up the demons after their use in the construction of the Temple of Jerusalem. I mean, he couldn't let them roam around after all. And in the end, the Ring of Solomon was only as important as that which the seal was impressed into, and thus sealing such vessels was core to the earliest functions of the
You
ring.
tricky,
But in some
tricky,
of these
tricky,
later
tricky
descriptions, we
bass
get
suckers.
another important and tantalizing detail about the Solomonic ring on display. It was made of electrum, a combination, or better, an alloy, often natural alloy, of both gold and silver. And people saw it close up, close enough to kiss it. However, aside from the detail of the ring's metallic composition, no other details of the ring, or at least the historical ring that these
I
pilgrims
love her.
saw, are provided in the literature. However, the composition of the ring in electrum is germane. Electrum was associated with the vision of Ezekiel, in which a mysterious
They
fire-like
were
substance,
really
or
into the window
chashmal in Hebrew,
hangings this year.
poured out from the divine
Stickies.
throne, and it was
I don't know
rendered
what
in
it
the
is,
Greek
but
as electrum, or amber. Thus, the
it's just
color and composition
Sydney
of the
and
ring was seen
Isabel
as
are
an
overlapping.
extension of the divine
Sydney,
throne itself,
Sydney is
and
entering
thus of
her
its royal
kid
power.
Halloween,
Secondly,
like her
electrum is an
prime
alloy of
Halloween.
both gold and
Do you know what I
silver,
mean?
and thus of a
And
combined dual
Isabel
nature,
is like
was
it's
a
her first
popular symbol
Halloween where
for
she really
Jesus, who was both
can
thought
start
of as
sensing it.
holy
You know what I mean?
God
That it's
and
a
holy
holiday
man. But
and
this
the build
connection with
up to
electrum and the
it,
very
the
bottle said to have
excitement.
held the demons bound by
Where you know when
Solomon,
they're like
in
2
fact,
and 3,
didn't.
like it's that
Curiously
night
enough,
thing,
the
especially at
Egyptian
3.
alchemist
Like
Zosimus
maybe they come, but
mentions
it's
that
really
Solomon
like,
had
yeah, when you put them
forged
in their
7
costume,
electrum
they get
vessels,
excited.
Kula in Syriac,
But
but probably Hudrea in Greek,
and so yeah,
inscribed
they're
with
just kind of
inscriptions in which he bound
overlap.
demons. Zosimus was also very impressed with Judean
Hey, sit
metallurgy.
up straight,
In
beautiful
fact, it,
girl.
along with Egyptian metallurgy, were the
Where
only two traditions of
Isabel
metallurgy
is
he
egging on
respected,
Sydney and
and his
Sydney is
mention of
egging on
Solomon is
Isabel halfway.
conspicuous.
Yeah.
Further, we're told that these vessels were stored in an abyss, or a tehom, deep beneath Jerusalem, and this is a long-standing idea in Jewish mythology that Jerusalem itself is a kind of cap over the underworld primordial waters out of which creation itself were said to have been forged.
Yes.
These 7 vessels were probably associated with the astral or planetary demons, a feature that will become crucial as Solomon the Exorcist becomes Solomon the Astrologer Magician. And thus, their being made of electrum has, at least for Zosimus of Panopolis, astrological, alchemical significance with the noble metals of the sun and the moon, most apt for binding all the other planetary demons. Indeed, the shift to Solomon the Astral Mage will probably be the very next episode in the series, so stay tuned for that. Also, if you're interested, I've done a whole deep dive episode on the Egyptian alchemist Zosimus of Panopolis, who is just fabulously interesting, so if you want to check that out, take a look at that. However, following the conquest of Jerusalem, first by the Sasanians in early 614, and then not long after by the Rashidun Caliphate in 638, the relics associated with Solomon by Christians, that is to say, the horn, the electrum vessels, and the famed ring, they all vanish from history. We don't have any more documents of children seeing them. However, the Solomonic ring then becomes the object of Muslim fascination. While not explicitly mentioned in the Quran, Surah 38-34 and following seem to contain a memory of Solomonic ring lore, whereby he loses the ring and thus his powers with a demon hanging over Jerusalem from some period of time. And these such legends are found famously in Jewish texts, most famously in the Babylonian Talmud at Gittin 68a and following, but also in various midrashim, but also in the tafsir, or commentary literature on the Quran. Again, I've discussed the Talmudic legend in the previous episode to this one, if you want to check that out. And while the ring is mentioned there, no details about it are given, in fact. However, in the Islamic tales or lives of the various prophets literature, more details on the ring abound. We are told that it was a khatam, or a signet ring, that's cognate with the Hebrew, chotam. And in the Kitab al-Tarikh, we're actually told the seal was made of sapphire with a band of the strongest silver, such that its luster was like bolts of lightning, barak. Further sources also tell us the ring was originally given to Adam before it was given to Solomon, thus linking the Adamical power of the ring with Solomonic power later on. Further, magical inscriptions on the ring's four sides can control variously shaitans, animals, kings, and various aspects of nature, including trees, plants, mountains, and sea. Shaitans being demons, of course. Thus, the ring is said to provide Solomon with power over every aspect of nature and even of supernatural creatures, including eventually jinns. Other sources have it perfumed as with musk, a fragrance associated with paradise in Islam. Indeed, the ring itself becomes increasingly metaphysical as the legend develops in the Islamic context, almost like a glowing ring of color, of pearly star, as the texts have it, with an inscription which wasn't written on by a calamus or a quill or even an engraver's tool. The mystical or supernatural engraving can also be found in the Talmud, with the divine name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, alone somehow persisting on the ring without ever having been engraved, thus giving the signet ring its authority. And while the nature of the ring would remain mysterious, traditions about it would emerge in the various kinds of metals into which Solomon would be said to have pressed his signet. In the Tafsir by Abu Alayth al-Samarkandi and by the famed commentary by al-Thalabi, we learn that when Solomon would send letters to shaitans, to demons, he would seal them with brass or iron. When letters went to jinn, they were also sealed with iron or brass, clay for human beings, and silver for kings. However, there's some difficulty given the complexity of Arabic metallurgical terms, with the semantic range of terms like copper and brass in English being much broader in Arabic. However, what is clear is that Islamic writers adopting and developing Greco-Egyptian alchemical terminology, in fact, basically giving us alchemy as we know it in the West, and these associations continue to link various metals with occult properties, especially, for instance, the property of Martian iron to deal with those pesky shaitans, with those demons, and with the less than benevolent jinn, although there's some perfectly good jinn out there. Indeed, a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad held that he rejected copper that looked too golden and iron for use as his own signet rings. The golden copper appeared to him as an adornment of those who lived in hell, and iron was for him connected to idolatry. Thus, the Prophet preferred instead a small ring of silver, again perhaps a callback to the Ring of Solomon. And lastly, one of the most popular Islamic legends was that among the powers granted to Solomon was the ability to speak with animals, specifically with an ant and with a hoopoe bird in the Quran, an idea again having its origin in Jewish sources. Thus, unlike in the biblical book of Kings, where Solomon spoke about birds and animals, spoke about them, in these legends, he's able to speak with them. And while not directly associated with the ring, there is probably some sense in which the ring binds both natural and supernatural powers to Suleiman, to Solomon, a tradition that continues well into the world of Kabbalah, with certain sages being able to engage in the famous Vogelsprach, or the speech with birds. In all of these texts and traditions, one of the more conspicuous elements is just how little we're told about the most important element of the Solomonic ring, at least for most of us. What was the actual device? What was carved on the signet itself? What did the authors of these texts imagine that it looked like? The earliest Jewish texts simply have the ring bearing the four-letter divine name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, into it in some strange metaphysical sense. And in a way, this makes the most sense, given that Solomon's ring is just to provide him with chancellery bureaucratic power with the divine prerogative by commanding demons in the construction of Jerusalem, specifically the temple. It's a bit like being deputized by the sheriff or God. The earliest manuscripts of the Testament of Solomon primarily contain purely narrative elements, with only later texts drifting in the direction of magical praxis, especially recension sea. And it's actually in those early texts that we first start getting descriptions of the actual seal itself. And It's an editorial nightmare. There's virtually no agreement on the nature of the seal. The earliest manuscripts simply have a pentagram. Later versions include long strings of magical words of power, mostly Hebrew divine names written in Greek letters without an image. Further seals include both images and words of power, and later versions become all the more complex and frankly baroque still. One version even has 12 separate seals, one or all of which, it's not clear, may be the Seal of Solomon or maybe different seals of Solomon to do different things. Even the material of the ring in this literature isn't agreed upon, from virgin wax covered with parchment written upon with various magical words, to a range of precious metals used to make the ring. The pentagram, as the Seal of Solomon, would actually prove to have enormous staying power in the Islamic world. It even appears to this day on the flag of Morocco. The six-pointed star, or hexagram, however, was also associated with the Seal of Solomon, but a bit less so. Indeed, the specific association of Judaism with the six-pointed star, a motif actually employed universally among Christian Jews and Muslims in the Middle East, actually only took root in the 17th century in Prague, where it was eventually adopted by Eastern European Jews more generally in the following centuries before becoming adopted as the flag of Zionism in 1847. In fact, the official name of the Jewish hexagram isn't even the Seal of Solomon, or Chotam Shlomo, but Magen David, the shield of David, thus revealing the historical disconnection between the hexagram and the Seal of Solomon, at least in the Jewish imagination. Of course, the hexagram shows up in Jewish magic, but it's frankly just ubiquitous in magic, given its geometric symmetry and other features. You see it in every form of magic. The Seal of Solomon found in later magical texts, such as the Lesser Key of Solomon, are much more emergent from the world of European astral and clerical necromancy. From a simple Hebrew name to a series of magical, then geometric, and then words of power in various scripts, all combined, this signet or Seal of Solomon has fired the imagination as long as the ring itself has been whispered about in occult lore. From Plato's Ring of Gyges to the ring cycles of Germanic lore to Tolkien's Rings of Power, the Ring of Solomon serves as one of the fundamental bases upon which magical objects continue to fascinate us and by which occult practitioners to this day continue to deepen their own spiritual praxis. For more on Solomonic magic, check out my playlist on the topic, which I cover at length, along with some recommended readings in the description for more on Solomon's Ring. Of course, we'll continue with Solomon as he transitions from exorcist to astrological mage before his eventual triumph as sorcerer par excellence. Stay tuned for more Solomon content to come. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
You really are better at that than me. So, just so you know. Your mom.
In the square, thousands of people were waiting for this moment.
Il beato José Gregorio Hernández
Think so?
Cisneros.
I am not me.
For the name of their saint to echo powerfully
Better
in the
watch
center
your
of
mouth.
St. Peter's Square, the most acclaimed was José Gregorio Hernández, known as the Doctor of the Poor, from Venezuela. His canonization brought thousands of his fellow countrymen to the Vatican. However, he was not the only blessed person canonized. Leo XIV declared 6 others as saints, including 2 martyrs, Turkish Bishop Ignatius C. Maloyan and a catechist from Papua New Guinea, Peter Tarot.
Beatus Martyres, Ignatium Maloyan, et Petrum Torot.
This was the moment when Leo XIV solemnly approved the inscription of their names in the Book of Saints. During the homily, he once again emphasized that the gospel is a call to action, and no saint is indifferent to the cry of the poor.
Chiediamoci dunque, quando
Nice,
sentiamo
yeah, so get my
l'appello di
jalapenos.
chi è in difficoltà, Siamo
Can you get them
testimoni
all?
dell'amore del Padre, come Cristo lo è stato verso tutti. Egli è l'umile che chiama i prepotenti a conversione,
Oh,
il
do you
giusto
like?
che
Okay,
ci
hold on.
rende
Hang on,
giusti, come attestano
I
i
would let
nuovi
them.
santi di oggi, non eroi o
It's a
paladini di
scary
qualche
world out there.
ideale, ma uomini e
I
donne
don't think we have.
autentici.
At the end, the Pope thanked the
Oh, yeah,
authorities
there's a
and
big
official
thing.
delegations present. Among them was the President of Lebanon, a country Leo XIV will visit at
This,
the
do we
end of
even have
November.
this anymore?
He also sent greetings to the representatives of the large
Yeah.
international procession of the Lord of Miracles. This was one of the most widely attended liturgical celebrations with up to 70,000
Oh, it's for a
faithful.
water bottle? You shouldn't have said that. Should not have told me that. Should not have told me it was for a for a water bottle. I get your shoes on. Do you need a coat, maybe?
One-a-day women's multivitamins are formulated to support women's overall health.
We're gonna
So
jar
you
some
never miss a beat.
jalapenos.
Another
Uh-huh.
email?
Gonna
No big
pickle?
deal. A quick workout? Yes. Strength starts from within. Then it's apron on. You're making dinner with your little sous chef. You show up, and One-A-Day is here to support overall health, including immunity and energy. Shop today. One-A-Day. The one for you.
One of the seemingly most fundamental laws in biology is that a species will produce offspring that are also members of that same species. However, another seemingly fundamental law in biology is that there are very often exceptions to each law. In a truly shocking new paper in the journal Nature, scientists have published a discovery that completely upends this basic biological assumption. A
For what?
harvester ant species found in Europe called Messor ibericus has been documented laying eggs that hatch into
Bring
a
me that
different
sanitizer,
ant
please.
species. This other species, Messor structa, diverged from
Is it
Messor
straight
ibericus
vinegar,
more than
Mom?
5 million years ago. So these are not particularly closely
Reserve
related
to pickle the
species. And
jalapenos.
yet, this new research shows that Messor ibericus queens are producing offspring that genetically and anatomically belong to this entirely separate ant
I think it's
species.
straight vinegar.
Some insect species produce offspring that vary greatly in appearance from their
You might
mothers,
want to dilute it
sometimes
a little
influenced
bit,
by the season,
but you might not.
population
Just
density,
be,
or social caste of
Oh,
the
is
mother
someone
and offspring.
right.
However, despite these differences in form, the offspring are always
Did you get
genetically
a coat
part
on?
of
All
the
right,
same
you're fine. Let's do
species.
it.
This is not the
Shoes?
case with these Messor
Huh,
ibericus
dude.
queens, though. They're undoubtedly
I know.
not the
I'm
same
tired of
species,
waiting for you.
and it appears that the queens are cloning males of Messor structa, then
Yeah,
mating with
you
these
should be
clones to
waiting
produce
on me.
hybrids which function as worker ants for the
I'm
colony.
waiting on you.
Although it sounds like a science fiction story, and indeed I have been thinking that this could be a brilliant basis for a fictional alien reproductive cycle, this bizarre phenomenon of cross-species cloning is very much a reality. Scientists began to investigate these ants' unusual cloning habits after it was noticed that there were regions of Europe where Messor structa colonies do not occur, and yet there are colonies of Messor ibericus containing hybrid workers present in such areas. This was particularly apparent on the Italian island of Sicily. The biologists confirmed that Messor structa colonies are entirely absent from the island, and yet Messor ibericus colonies containing hybrid worker ants can be found here. Somehow, despite the lack of Messor structa colonies, the Messor ibericus queens had a supply of the other species males to mate with in order to produce the hybrid worker caste. Taking a closer look at the structure of the ibericus colonies, the scientists found populations of two very distinct types of non-hybrid male ants living within them. Around 56% of the sampled males were nearly hairless, whereas the other 44% had a dense coat of hair. The nuclear genomes of these different male morphs were examined and found to perfectly correspond to the different ant species. The hairy males all belonged to Messor ibericus, while the hairless forms had genomes matching Messor structa. However, no Messor structa females were present in the colonies at all, and so the only way these males could have been produced is if they hatched from eggs laid by Messor ibericus queens. To fully confirm that it is definitely the ibericus queens that were producing these structal males, the researchers investigated several lines of evidence. First of all, they sequenced the mitochondrial genomes of the male ants, in addition to their nuclear genomes. The mitochondria, the powerhouses of the cell, as I'm sure you all know, contain separate genomes from the nucleus of the cell, and this mitochondrial genetic material is always inherited from an organism's mother only. So, what did they find with the harvester ants? The Messor structa males have mitochondrial genomes matching their Messor ibericus nestmates. even though their nuclear genomes belong to a different species. Furthermore, they looked at the genetics of mesostructure males in colonies belonging to their own species, and did not find such a nuclear mitochondrial genome mismatch in these individuals. So this is a condition that's unique to the structure males inhabiting Ibericus colonies. A second line of evidence involved genetic testing of eggs and larvae of Meso-Ibericus colonies raised in labs, which revealed that 11.5% of the eggs laid had nuclear genomes matching Mesostructure. To check it was definitely the queens and not the non-hybrid workers producing a different species, they then isolated 16 queens and tested the genomes of the eggs these individuals made, again finding that 9% had structure DNA. In contrast, the workers produced eggs that were 100% Ibericus individuals. Their third line of evidence was direct observation of the two different species emerging from eggs laid by Ibericus queens. They monitored a lab colony containing a single Ibericus queen for 18 months, surveying their offspring regularly, and observed reproductive adult males of both Meso-Ibericus and Mesostructure hatching from eggs laid by the queen. It's hard to overstate just how extraordinary this discovery really is. These ants have essentially domesticated the genome of this other species, co-opting the structure males into their life cycle and maintaining them as a lineage of clones within their own colony, rather than taking them from the wild, thus allowing Meso-Ibericus to expand its range to regions where Mesostructure does not naturally occur. So what exactly is the precise system at play here? How are the queens cloning these males, and how did such an unusual reproductive cycle evolve in the first place? The process would have started in regions where the two ant species do naturally coexist, and the Ibericus queens had access to a supply of structure males. For one reason or another, Meso-Ibericus would have lost the ability to produce worker ants by themselves, and would have started to rely on the sperm of another species to produce the worker caste, in this case, Mesostructure. This situation, known as obligate sperm parasitism, actually occurs in a few different harvest ant species, and so is not that unusual by itself. However, relying on another species to make the hybrid workers restricts obligate sperm parasites because they cannot spread beyond where the other species naturally occurs. That's where Meso-Ibericus has the advantage. By producing the males of the other species within their own colonies, there's nothing holding them back from moving into new areas. This ultimately means that the queen Ibericus ants can produce 4 different types of offspring. The first kind is made when they lay an unfertilized egg, which is not fertilized by any sperm from a male. Instead, the offspring develops via parthenogenesis, producing an Ibericus male that has only one set of chromosomes, which they got from their mother. The second kind occurs when an Ibericus queen egg is fertilized by an Ibericus male. This fertilized egg, with its 2 sets of chromosomes, one from the mother and one from the father, will develop into a new Ibericus queen. So far, so good. But then the Mesostructure males come along. With eggs fertilized by these males, one of 2 things can happen. Either a hybrid worker is produced when the chromosomes from the mother and father are both kept, or the set of chromosomes received from the mother, the queen, is removed from the nucleus. In this second scenario, only the set of chromosomes from the structural male is retained in the nucleus, and therefore the offspring is essentially a clone of the male. The exact way in which the mother's DNA ends up being absent from the nucleus is not yet known, but such a phenomenon has also been shown to occur in some plants and clams. It might be that the males fertilize an egg that does not yet have a nucleus, or that the maternal genome is eliminated from the nucleus after fertilization. The researchers suggest the new term xenoparity to describe this type of life cycle for female ants, from xeno meaning strange or alien, and parity meaning produce or give birth. A very good name to describe such a mind-blowing way of reproducing. Another interesting little detail is that the cloned structure males kept within the Ibericus nests actually look slightly different from the wild-type structure males, most notably in how hairy they are, as the wild versions are covered with a denser layer of hairs. It's not clear if this loss of hair in the clones is due to some incompatibility between their mismatched mitochondrial and nuclear genomes, or if it's maybe something to do with how they are reared within the other species' nests. The researchers also considered whether the clonal males could break free from their seemingly domesticated state. They examined the genomes of several more Mesostructure individuals to find any evidence of hybrids between the clones and wild-type ants. However, they found no proof of interbreeding, indicating that, for now, the clones are unable to escape their domestication through mating with wild members of their species. This also raises the intriguing question of whether the isolation of these domesticated, cloned lineages from their wild populations could mean that they need to be classified as a different species, much like how we classify organisms domesticated by humans as separate species from their wild relatives. Although the authors describe the males as having been domesticated, they also note that the relationship between these ants is more intimate and more integrated than human-driven domestication, since both members are reliant on the other to complete their reproduction and have utterly intertwined their life cycles. For the moment, all the genetic evidence presented in this paper supports grouping the cloned lineage with Mesostructa. However, this whole reproductive method really seems to challenge our ideas about how we define a species.
Are your daydreams filled with salty air, gorgeous sunsets, and a certain je ne sais quoi? The beautiful beaches of the French Riviera are calling. Protect your European vacation with Allianz Travel Insurance to help you answer travel challenges like delayed or canceled flights, lost luggage, and medical mishaps with a nonchalant c'est la vie.
The cloned males may appear to be members of Mesostructa based on their nuclear DNA, but they carry the mitochondrial genomes of Mesoibiricus. So can they really be classed as Mesostructa? They even physically look different to standard structal males with their reduced hairiness. Okay, so say we don't classify them as true members of Mesostructa then. Are they a new species formed from the hybridization of Structa and Ibiricus? Well, not really. True hybrids between species usually have combined nuclear genomes inherited from both parent species, but these ants only have Structa DNA in their nuclei. Plus, a hybrid species should be able to mate with other members of that same hybrid species to reproduce. However, with these ants, the only way the Structa males can create offspring of their same species is by mating with an Ibiricus queen. Therefore, they are reliant on another species to reproduce themselves. It seems as though these ants are a truly special case among multicellular animals, and I suppose it remains to be seen if the cloned males end up getting classified as something unique. But in the end, the name of the species is simply a human label. And if the case of the cloned Structa ants tells us anything, it's that a simple human label is often insufficient to properly describe the complexity and blurred boundaries found within nature. An interesting comparison made by the authors is to the phenomenon of endosymbiosis in cells, which is how eukaryotic cells acquired mitochondria. Billions of years ago, the ancestors of mitochondria were free-living bacteria that were absorbed by another cell and co-opted as energy-providing organelles. Therefore, the authors suggest that clonal males could be regarded as organelles at the superorganism level, distinct entities that have become domesticated and continue to have their alien genomes replicated, as they now play a crucial role within the larger system. This discovery is truly one of the most remarkable biological finds in recent years, beautifully illustrating the complexity of the natural world and highlighting a brilliant evolutionary solution that has enabled these ants to extend beyond the confines of another species' geographical range. As I said before, it really does sound like a sci-fi scenario, and it has definitely broadened my mind to the possibilities of how other species might reproduce. It's easy to get lost in a very human-centric view of the world, and indeed the larger universe, but the incredible lives of organisms such as ants show us just how diverse and creative life on our planet truly is. I hope you've enjoyed this 7 Days of Science special report all about this bizarre story of ant cloning. Let me know in the comments what you think about this fantastic new discovery, and please do tell me if you like this special feature, and if you want more videos profiling new finds like this. Be sure to email us at 7.stories@gmail.com if you have any research you'd like to see us cover, or if you want to let us know how we can improve the show as well. You can follow 7 Days of Science on Instagram and TikTok, and also be sure to support us on Patreon if you enjoy what we do here. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, I like You don't need it now.
Can I have this?
Honey, where are you?
¡Ciro! Siempre es lo mismo contigo, carajo. ¡Ciro! ¡Ven acá! ¡Ciro! ¿Qué hiciste? ¿Estás fumando otra vez o qué? Patrón, yo no fui en serio. Ciro, no me digas mentiras y no le eches la culpa a Miguel. Ya estoy harto de que me estés diciendo mentiras. Patrón, se lo juro por Dios. Hasta me compré el encendedor. Mire, yo no fui.
Garly, like the. I'm legit. Yeah, I'm legit. So many cute kids. And I'm gonna give them a choice if they want to go home with us or not. Okay. Wait, I glow in the dark. Wait, one sec. I'm gonna be back. Okay.
Vaya, y encuentran por dónde sale.
Okay, pretend all of them wanted to be adopted. We want to come home with us.
¿Qué ves?
All of you.
Está recto. Por lo menos unos 100 metros.
Oh, I love you.
Puedo ver su sangre.
So in love.
No está lejos.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's take all of them. Hey! Fun. I'll give you the book to him, okay? Okay.
¡Fue! Vamos, dale.
Mom, look, I'm on chat. And send me a shot with it. I don't have
Spray it with some water, get the frizz out of it. Hey, it's underneath the bar, countertop. Good job. I don't think we got it.
I think that was spraying it. Oh, this is
Isn't it?
oh, it's nice.
They get a little cool. No, it's not.
Just take it over.
Okay. No, her sister. They're not too far apart. I mean, they may grow far apart from them, and then hopefully they come back and forth. That's the gap.
It's gonna be times day.
Today's video is going to be a bit different. I want to sit back and analyze the sentence structure of J.R.R. Tolkien and show how he is not just a good writer in how he writes a story, but in the actual words on the page. Like, no one really needs this
just
video.
always,
I
just
wanna
like
sit back
Sydney
and
with
kind
her
of
older siblings, they
syntactically
have an even
analyze
bigger gap.
the genius
But
of J.R.R.
then,
Tolkien.
you know,
And so I have
Sydney
three
got
sentences
pulled
that I want to
along because
analyze
she
and talk
wanted
about today
to
in the
be
Houses of Healing.
with her
Let's
old,
just
you know
jump
what I
right in.
mean? Like,
The
so it
first
just
sentence that I want
pulls
to analyze
them
is my second favorite sentence
up.
of this chapter. And it deals with the shock that
And
Mary
yeah,
experiences
Samantha
when he's
doesn't act
walking
like
back
her
into the
people.
city. I'll give you a bit of the context of the sentence.
No.
And
That
the last
happens
sentence in
sometimes.
this paragraph
Uh-huh.
is the one that I want to
You know what I
analyze.
mean?
No, she gets
So
bossy, but
Théoden
no,
and
they
Malin
act
came
like
to the city
sisters.
of
No, they're
Mordor,
sisters.
and
Right.
all who
This
saw
is
them
my
bared their heads and
It was
bowed.
close enough
And
apart.
they
Something,
passed through the
however,
ash
happened,
and
but
fume
yeah.
of the burned
They're still
circles,
sisters.
and went on and up along the
Not
streets
like
of stone.
cousins.
Uh-huh.
To Mary, the
Yeah.
ascent
Get like
seemed
that.
age-long,
Yeah.
a meaningless journey and a hateful dream, going on and on to some dim ending that memory cannot seize. Now, let's
I
talk
know
about
it
the
was
structure
weird.
of
Some
this
of Chris's
sentence. There's
brothers
a
had
few
like
structural choices that J.R.R.
kids, and
Tolkien
we
made
were
with this
still in high
sentence that
school,
makes
dude.
it just even
But you know,
better
they had a
than
big
just what the
family.
words on the page are actually saying. So Tolkien is for sure the kind of writer that you can tell he edits his own work. He writes a draft, and then he kind of writes a second draft, and probably a third, then maybe a 50th or a 100th. His sentences are just perfect. So you can tell that he spent time on them. And in this specific sentence, it's a really long and multi-layered sentence, which kind of gives you the feeling of this age-long feeling that Mary is also experiencing. And so I'm going to say this over and over, but it puts you in the shoes of Mary to some extent. It also feels a bit abstract, again, to some extent. So it's one of those sentences you just have to reread a few times to be able to process. At least I do. I'm not the biggest abstract thinker. And so it starts with this simple subject-verb construction, which is marry, or to marry the ascent seemed age-long, but then expands through something called an appositive phrase, which is a noun phrase that adds an extra meaning onto the original noun. So a meaningless journey and a hateful dream.
You're gonna wear that bracelet to church? That anklet?
Realm, it feels abstract because the journey, while he is taking, it is physical. It's not really described primarily as being a physical journey. It's one that kind of seemed to Mary to be age-long, like a hateful dream. And then Tolkien adds this participial phrase, going on. And for a good writer, that just gives the feeling of this dragging quality to the age-long feeling.
Mountain Dew.
And this
That's
is a
crazy
really long,
talking.
complex sentence,
Yeah.
too, so it just drags.
Crazy.
And you as the reader feel the drag that Tolkien is describing here.
How many?
There's a lot of repetition, and there's a lot of cadence in this phrase, too, which brings up this idea,
did you get
this
lost? I
going
hate
on and
bookmarks are
on, is
important,
really
dude.
just a crucial phrase.
No.
It's just a little repetition that grammatically slows the pace of the sentence. And this makes, in
until I
part,
get like the
you feel
new
fatigued
one.
by the
New.
sentence, which
New
mirrors
content?
Mary's physical and mental
New
fatigue.
content.
I think it creates also this
Yes.
sense of monotony and
Until your
hopelessness, and
life
also
caught up.
hopelessness. And one of the brilliant parts of the sentence, as well as something that I mentioned in other videos, is
Yeah,
that
go
Tolkien
back
is
and
talking
read
about a
the thread.
meaningless journey
That's what
here.
that's
And for
called.
Tolkien, everything is
You
about
guys go ahead
meaningful
and get your
things.
shoes
For a character
on.
to have a meaningless journey seems like
Grab
the
my
root of all
key.
evil
Yeah,
for him.
grab my keys. Swipe
Imagine,
the
for
car. Get
J.R.R.
loaded
Tolkien,
up.
a
Go,
character going
go.
on a journey that made no
Brushing her hair.
difference.
Oh,
Preposterous to think that.
beautiful. That is
And
beautiful.
finally,
Brushes to
this
brush.
last
Yep,
little
there we
phrase,
go.
to some
Brush.
dim ending that memory cannot seize, adds this really
Spray
terrifying layer
bottle.
to this
Maybe,
sentence,
baby, you gotta
or to
spray a
this
little
entire
something. It
story.
doesn't matter. Baby,
Memory
dude, I'm
cannot
sorry, you
seize
don't have your
suggests
mother's
this
hair,
loss of
dude. You
consciousness and
can't just put a
control,
brush through
and this
it
kind
and
of
walk out
psychedelic
the door,
oblivion.
baby.
And it's a weird use of the time in this sentence too. If you think about it, it doesn't necessarily make that much
I'm
sense because
sorry,
you're
you're
going on a
not your
journey,
mother.
but your
I'm
memory cannot
sorry, but
seize the
you're not
journey.
your mother,
Memory is
dude.
something
You
in the
can't
past that you
just
reflect
brush
on,
your
and a
hair
journey
and
is
walk
something in the
out the
present or in the
door.
future. So the sentence gives you this unsettling feeling about time,
Yeah,
where
it's
time just seems to
frizzy.
kind of
Got
cave
white
in on
girl
itself
hair,
and
dude.
cave in
I'm
on you, just
sorry.
like it's doing for Mary at this
You have
moment.
to do
And
something with it.
come
Put it
back
in a
later for the next thing
braid.
about the
Put some liquid on
importance of
there
Mary's
just to get
memory
the frizz
and where your
down.
memory really is stored and where it comes
That's
from,
part
because I
of
want to write
brushing
about
your
that with
hair.
how Mary is actually brought back from this despair and depression. It's a really brilliant
Put
idea.
some barrettes in
But
it.
this
Put
sentence
a
has this
hairband
cumulative
in
effect
it.
by just kind of building these really
Something.
boring descriptive
Something.
phrases
You
upon
can't just
other
walk
boring
around with
descriptive
your hair
phrases,
all.
or maybe more like abstract phrases rather than boring. And so they're hard for people to grasp. And as a reader, I'm forced to just sit and absorb multiple layers of this sensory almost deprivation and this emotional input all at once. And my little brain just cannot handle that sometimes. So Tolkien, through his sentence structure,
I
just
need
makes the
help with
reader
that.
feel
I
Mary's
need
deep
you to
exhaustion
help me,
and
dude.
being
She's
alone.
getting way
It is a
too
really
old to
great
be
sentence.
throwing a
But
fit
next up is
over
my third
doing her
favorite
hair
sentence of this
before she
chapter.
goes to
I
And
church.
it
know.
follows
I know.
literally the next paragraph
What?
of this paragraph that we just talked about. The story then continues, and this is what the story says.
Maybe I don't know. You have
Slowly
to
the
check my
lights
bag.
of the torches in front of him flickered and went out. And he was walking in a darkness, and he thought, this is a tunnel leading to a tomb.
You're on the top of my
There we
purse.
shall
Izzy
stay
Barry's
forever.
got, where's the
This is a
coat,
good sentence.
sweatshirt?
But suddenly into his dream there
What
fell
about
a
tennis
living
shoes?
voice. Now that's a really simple sentence, and this last sentence is really the one I want to focus on. And other than the fact that Tolkien is really painting a really
It's cold and
dreamlike
wet out there,
sequence here,
baby.
and he gives you
Yep.
the feeling that Mary is kind of in
Soft
another
ones.
realm, the sentence, but suddenly into his dream there fell a living voice, is quietly one of his most brilliant, because it's so concrete, and it's so elegant at the same time. Now, the first thing that's really interesting about the sentence is this is actually an inversion of the syntax here. So normally a sentence has a subject, then a verb. It's English. And it's reversed in this sentence. A standard order for saying this sentence, like how I would probably write this sentence, is a living voice suddenly fell into his dream. Tolkien's structure is, but suddenly into his dream there fell a living voice.
Come on, you can wear
So
your
he places
sandals.
this
It's fine.
adverbial
Let's go.
phrase into his dream, and then the intensifier suddenly at the start, followed by this verb,
I do. Come
fell,
on.
and then finally the subject, a living voice. By doing this, he creates this real weird grammatical structure that kind of mimics the emotional experience that Mary is experiencing. Again, when writers do this, it is expert level of writing. It is hard to do this through writing. And when Tolkien does this, I'm held in this brief, like abstract space of this dream tunnel, and then the word fell literally just falls on her lap,
She
and
wants her
it's
tennis shoes, but she's
given
putting her
prominence
sandals
and
back on,
emphasis
but
in
she
this
still wants to take her
structure.
tennis shoes.
The living,
So I'm not quite
it
sure
almost
what's
brings like a
going
sense
on
of
there.
intrusion.
Yeah, I know.
And the subject, a living voice, is the last part that's revealed too. And basic English and writing classes teach you this, that the emphasis of your sentence should always be the last thing in the sentence. So you kind of hold the reader in the suspended state. And this part gives us the greatest weight to the moment of rescue and who the person is that is the rescuer. But this sentence uses really simple words to show contrast. The idea that his dream, which was described as hateful and like a tunnel leading to a tomb, just moments before, feels like it's talking about Mary's dark, exhausted mental state that he's in. The word living immediately contrasts with that. And the deadly cold also. And it talks about the idea of burial in tombs. And it's just such a good contrast here. And then you have the contrast between this dark interior of this dream and the living voice outside, which feels like a huge relief. So it's like as the reader, we're waking up from a bad dream to the simplicity of there fell a living voice, which makes the moment feel like it's providence. So Tolkien understood one of my favorite elements of writing, that when you want something to sound grand and dramatic, write a short, quick sentence. Cut away everything else.
No, I don't mean to get on you, but she's
the
acting
sentence,
like
there
I'm
fell a
here
living voice. He doesn't decorate on
Mom's
it. He
not
doesn't,
backing me
it
up,
just kind
and
of
Mom
stands on
doesn't
its
have to do
own,
anything
and it
with
provides
her.
all the drama and relief
So
that we
she
wanted
think
as a reader.
girls don't
It's
have
another
to.
brilliant sentence. But probably my favorite sentence of this entire section is a sentence where Aragorn heals Eowyn. This is the entire sentence. Then, whether Aragorn had indeed some forgotten power of Westerness, or whether it was but his words of the Lady Eowyn that wrought on them, as the sweet influence of the herb stole about the chamber, it seemed to those who stood by that a keen wind blew through the window, and it bore no scent, but was an air wholly fresh and clean, and young, as if it had not before been breathed by any living thing, and came new made from snowy mountains high beneath a dome of stars, or from shores of silver far away, washed by seas of foam. Now, this sentence is brilliant. It's just a long run-on sentence, and it is a dang good long run-on sentence. So the sentence starts with the subordinate clause. Again, maybe boring stuff to you, but it just repeats the phrase of the idea of whether this or whether that. Now, this is done for the reader to give you kind of this sense of ambiguity and suspense. You are just kind of waiting for the conclusion on this, whether, and it's weird too, because you can't really keep your eyes on this section. You're just moving fastly to try to figure out what the conclusion is. And it's almost like these two grand ideas, like this mythic way, like it has to be some ancient power, like power in Westernness. Or perhaps it's a simpler idea, like his words to her. So the contrast is huge. And it makes this more than a physical healing. It makes this like a spiritual journey that he's going on, and that she's going on. And it also makes this sentence feel like a resurrection too, because everything in the beginning is rigid and everything that comes later flows. It's a single long sentence that seems to rise as if the room is being filled with new life. The grammar of the sentence kind of gives you this feeling of inhalation after suffocation. And structurally, the sentence breathes. I would actually kind of recommend that you read the sentence out loud for the sheer breathability of it. And it's just such a great sentence too, because Tolkien is such a songwriter and a poet. What is the analytical approach to the first two clauses quickly becomes lyrics of the way that the wind feels, which maybe is another way that Tolkien is commending how much music and actual poetry matter in the healing process. But again, I just love the length of this sentence. Whereas Merry was jolted out of his dream by a state, like by just this voice, Eowyn, who is no man who also needs no man, is almost wooed out of her state by this idea of freedom. And that freedom slowly washes over her in the form of a really long run-on sentence that might be one of the best run-on sentences that I've ever read before. I've said it before, and I will say it again. This Tolkien guy really knows how to write. And that's all I got for you today. Just some boring syntactical analysis of some words of J.R.R. Tolkien. I think he is just a premier, unbelievable writer. So make sure you subscribe if you like this. I'll probably do more of these every once in a while, but not that often. But subscribe if you made it this far. You can also like the video. You can also become a member or donate to this specific video if you want. And as always, remember to look toward Numenor that was, and beyond to Elvenhome that is, and to that which is beyond Elvenhome and will ever be. I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome back. A visit to a spring in Ocala turned into a safari for one woman who spotted some animals not native to the area.
We're not talking about snakes this time, right? We're talking about wild monkeys putting on a show of synchronized swimming. Dave Malkoff has the story.
If you're wondering what that is, flying like a sack of potatoes from a tree in Ocala, Florida,
This is like crazy.
we'll let Trenda Kitchen tell you between fits of laughter.
And it's raining monkeys.
The kayaker says her peaceful ride through Silver Springs State Park was interrupted last week when a group of rhesus macaques began leaping from the surrounding trees into the water around her.
These are all monkeys jumping in. What jumped in right here by me?
It was overwhelming excitement.
Kitchen told CBS News she hoped to see the monkeys, but didn't expect this.
I just was like totally flipping out, like, this is crazy fun.
Rhesus macaques are an invasive species first introduced to Florida's ecosystem by a tour boat operator in the 1930s and have thrived at Silver Springs ever since. We met up with some primates at the Greensboro Science Center in North Carolina. Jessica Hoffman thinks she knows what's going on here.
Some primates do really just enjoy swimming. You know, like, humans are one of them. We love to swim, right?
They're doing a cannonball too. Do a cannonball.
They kind of.
We share 93% of our DNA with these guys and 100% of our sense of adventure. Dave Malkoff, CBS News, Greensboro, North Carolina.
Well, that's an adventure I don't want. That's completely different.